So hello everyone, welcome to today's stream. So today I want to talk a bit about gold making, and it was too in general how the gold design is, the economy, how it is designed. It's really important, and I made a video about it and it got a lot of, let's say, discussion going, and I want to make sure that my opinion is correctly understood, you know. It's because I made some hot takes in this video, but I would say they are not without any reasoning. So people that are just offended by the hot take might not understand what I really mean, or might not get my points in it. And I totally get it that in any online situation there will be people that are not of your opinion. I think that's totally fine. But if people misunderstand me and then say my opinion is shit, I want to get that right, you know. So this is a really good way to make gold. Just log in every day, put one character here and get some Mystic Clovers. Not every day, of course, but quite often by just spending some materials with this vendor. And Drizzle what post it is. This vendor is also very good. Just gives you passively Dragon's End Ritz. It's really good, really helpful. And there are multiple of those where you just park your characters and you can open some chests to get Eternal Ice Shards and Itrate Ingots. Also really helpful. Just over time it sums up, you know. Welcome everybody to today's stream. I want to discuss some stuff today. Because people did not get me right in one of my latest YouTube videos. So I wanted to heat up the discussion a bit and just get your opinion on it, you know, because not a lot of people, not a high percentage of you are actually commenting on the video, but there are some people that have a really loud voice and want to raise their opinion. And I'm not sure if it's really the opinion that a lot of people have. Yeah, so what I always try to do is, of course, strike missions. We will do them later. And fishing, daily fishing is really rewarding. And the daily fractals I would do. Those are really nice gold gains. Of course, only if you can manage to spend enough time and you are experienced enough to do the fractals, that is. But fractals are really quite easy to get into, I would say. It takes some time. But I would say if you are committed, it's not a big deal. And if you need some help with special fractals, I have guide videos out for almost every fractal, and the last 2 fractals I think that I don't have videos about will be released soon. And of course you can always ask me questions or other streamers. We're always happy to help. I think the Guild Wars 2 community in this regard is rather nice. It's maybe a little bit harder to get into raids, but into fractals it's quite forgiving to get into. So I would always go for the homestead, or how's the other one called? Home instance, those two. Either one of those is fine. Just collect all your stuff that you have. Doesn't have to be that much or that little as I have. There might be differences. You have to collect some of that stuff. Most of it actually by playing the game. But if you play the game for years, you have a lot of stuff. And just collecting it every single day might benefit you in the long run. Or not might, it will benefit you in the long run. So that's really important. Collect your daily homestead. See a lot of gold. Just passively. You see how much materials I get. And yes, not all of them are really valuable. But for example, if you look at those blood rubies, if you have a lot of them, you can either sell them directly, just sell the whole stack of blood rubies for 3 gold. So that's nice, it's passive gold. Or you can consume them and get unbound magic, which you then can also use and get some materials back from unbound magic. Conversion rates are really bad in contrast to volatile magic, but better than nothing, I guess. If you have some defense seal, you can also go to this vendor where you get some, how's it called, discounted boxes. And you get some every day. They have a high chance, the Kodan one and the Olmakan one, to drop some nice materials, to give some gold back. The other ones are also, you know, you get money from them, yes, but those are the most rewarding. And like I said, fishing, I would always do fishing. At least the daily fish, just 4 fishes in the correct area. Because if you do that, you get this box. So this box gives you some fish fillets for sure. And it has the chance to drop the how's it called, ambergris. And the ambergris is really... Why is it not working? Okay. And the ambergris is 2 gold. So yes, that's a really good find, but it's not that likely. But over time, you will get some, and that's nice for for 1 minute or so fishing. And don't underestimate that you also can fish some really good stuff as well. So that's also in there. And the most important aspect, now I got a rare fish. Never use rare fish. Always collect them. I have a lot of rare fish collected over the years actually. And always go to the vendor in Arborstone where you can turn them in for 1 ambergris. And if you then do this every single day, you get 2 gold every single day because you have collected so many rare fish over the years. You know, when you just do it every single day, you get the rare fish that you need. And it's really helpful. You should do that for sure. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm always happy to answer. If I can, of course. You see, I got it. And some nice fillets, like I said. Let's see if you have some strike missions going. Not really. Fractals, like I said, always rewarding as well. And I would also say one of the most important things that you can do if you play at least a little bit of World vs. World is do every single week the wood chest. The wood chest is not particularly, rewarding in the sense that it's crazy good loot. But if you do the wood chest, you get after the fourth thing, so when you get into bronze, you will get this completed wood division in the previous week for the next week, and that gives you one more pip every single tick, and that's really, really good. Just passively you get more rewards for playing the game more. Should always do that. So the question is now, like I asked in my title, is Guild Wars 2 pay to win? I think the answer to this is really complicated. The short answer would be no. But that's only the short answer and that's not the whole truth. And that's what I discussed in my recent video, And not a lot of people actually liked it, in the sense that they were of the same opinion as me. So I would really like to hear your opinions on that. So, is it true that Guild Wars 2, the system, the economy, how it is designed, you have to be spending some gold to get some real money, dollar, euro, to get enough money in the game to be rich? Let's see if we can kill those two. Almost got them. Oh no, they are burned. Double condi. That's a problem. That's a problem. If you play against a lot of condi, you have to be really careful when to use your signet. Because your signet is actually the biggest cleanse you have. You see, now I don't have the signet anymore, and then I have a problem. Sad. I got one, but I lost that fight in the end. Would have played that better for sure. It's a Celestial Wind builder, so we could have won that for sure. I don't play Celestial, I play full Marauder. Or at least some kind of mix of Marauder. Because Celestial was previously really obnoxious, but now you don't have the concentration anymore, and you got really bad. I think Celestial Willbender is really bad now. Or not really bad, but quite bad, because your boons were the good thing, That's why you took why you like to have concentration. You have a lot of boons, and if you lose the concentration, you lose your boon uptime, and then you don't get might. Your damage is not that high. You don't have that much protection as a solution anymore. It's not that good anymore, I would say. Welcome everybody to today's stream. So, my take is Guild Wars 2 in its core design is not pay to win. That's my take. But I said in my recent video, be sure to check it out, it's about how the richest people get rich in Guild Wars 2. That one of the fastest way, or actually probably the fastest way to get a lot of gold in Guild Wars 2 is spending real life money. And this take offended a lot of people. But to be honest, it's the truth, you know. There is no way in Guild Wars 2 that you can make more gold by just playing the game than spending real life money. And now the question is if this is a pay to win aspect or if it's fair for ArenaNet to do so, you know, if it's not pay to win to have that in the game. In my opinion, it's totally fair because that's their business model. If you get into a game that is that cheap as Guild Wars 2, then I would say it's you have to expect they have to get some money somewhere, you know. Welcome, Matthias. Yeah, I think you can, of course, get extra accounts, but today, I mean, it's not that easy anymore as previously to get some gold from them. Of course, it's quite easy, but it's not as easy as it was because you have to do more than log in nowadays. And previously, you could just log in and get 200 gold or something a month if you did it correctly per account. That was crazy. And I'm talking about, you know, swiping. So getting your credit card out and buying gems to get gems and then either use the gems or use the gems to transfer them to gold and then get gold by doing this. It's the fastest way to get in-game gold. There is no argument about that. But people are still offended by it because they say that's not true. That's not how people get rich in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, if you actually do, for example, fractals on 10 accounts, you get a lot of gold. If you do the Wizard's World on 10 accounts, you get a lot of gold. I totally get your point, but you have to spend a lot of time then. It's not like previously where you just, before they came out with the Wizard's World, and you just logged into all your accounts. There were people that have had 200 accounts and they just logged in and they made thousands of gold per month just by logging into this 200 accounts every day. Definitely. But like I said, nowadays it's way harder because you have the Wizard's World, you have to complete some dailies to get rewards. And it might not seem that hard, but if you have multiple accounts, it's quite a long time that you have to play the game on every single account. And if you have, for example, if you are trading post baron to some extent and you do a lot of trading post stuff, a lot of accounts may help you as well. I also have quite a lot of accounts, but I don't make any money from them anymore. Previously I did, so I totally get your point, Matthias. But my argument was that if you want to get really money in Guild Wars 2, you should think about it if you really want to farm the highest farm, you know, so let's say where you can get 40 gold or something per hour. Or if you say, okay, the farm is so boring, I would rather play the game that is, you know, that I enjoy, for example, play World vs. World, play PvP, play raids, whatever, you know, where you don't get that much gold, and then spend a little bit of real money to get gold and then have the same aspect, you know, that you can play the game for what it is and still get some gold because you spend way less time to get the money that you need to buy the gems than to farm the gold in game. That's my argument. I'm not sure if all the people in the YouTube comments actually understood that. Probably not, because they were arguing so much about my point. And were so, you know, I don't... Yes, I know the thing that you're talking about. So that gold is actually quite easy to get if you are full legendary. You know, if you have everything in the game, you just don't care about getting crafting legendaries or whatever, or getting ascended gear. You just get gold passively and you can spend it on whatever you like. Yes, that is totally true. But if you have an account value of 1 million or something gold, then it is highly unlikely that you made this amount of gold by farming gold farms for all your time, you know? Because if we do a calculation, you know, so let me quickly get it up. So if we do a calculation, so let's say you have really, wait, let me get to a safe spot. If you have an account value, most people don't have an account value of 1 million, you know. There are not that many people that actually have that. If you have an account value of 1 million gold, and you played the game for at least 10k hours, and let's say you played a game for 10k hours, then that would be 100 gold per hour that you played. That is nowhere, really nowhere to the amount of gold that you can get in game by farming, you know? That's not possible. It's not possible to get that. So my argument is that the richest people that crossed the 1 million line did not farm that amount of gold. Not by playing the game like you play Silver West or something. Because if you have 20k hours, that goes down to 50 gold per hour. That is still not reachable most of the time. And of course it's not reachable to play that all the time. So that's the argument that I make, you know. But I get the point that you can say it's not unreachable. Yes, you can play a lot, but let's say since Venice Guild was 2 out, I think it's now 11 years, 12 years, it's 12 years, a little bit more than 12 years. So if you say 12 years and you play the game for what is reasonable, I don't know, 6 hours per day, that's not reasonable, but it's doable, you know. So you play the game for 6 hours a day, you play it for 12 years, and you have 26k hours, and I think that's the a really high amount. It's not the limit, but it's really high. Not a lot of people actually have that number right now. And you do gold farms for 40 gold an hour every single day, and you reach the 1 million threshold. Only then, please, only then. So you farm 6 hours a day for the last 12 years. Then you reach the 1 million benchmark. Please, tell me, no one in the game actually did that. There might be bots, but not real people. And that's my argument. You won't reach this high numbers in the account value by doing the real in-game farms. And that's why I bring up the methods in the video. Be sure to check it out if you haven't already. Where I talk about the 3 methods that really rich people use to make gold. And that's my argument. And I think I did not bring that across enough, that it's really hard for people to get to this value otherwise, you know. I would really be interested in how many people of you actually have that value. I think not a lot of you. I think that's really, really rare. I'm not sure if I can engage those. Yes, so that is a totally valid argument. So we have an argument from Matthias that he plays to relax from real life, you know. He doesn't care about in-game gold. And I think that's a totally valid point, you know. You play a video game not to get, you know, a second job. If you do that, I'm not really sure if that's the way to go. Maybe you should quit your first job then, you know. I think you should play a video game to relax. And of course, there are people that can have fun to do optimizing, to do the best farming strategies, you know. I think that is totally fair to them. But if people just want to get rich in Guild Wars 2, you should try to find a sweet spot where you have a farm that gives you some amount of gold, where you play the game mode for what it is and what you enjoy. For example, if you enjoy World vs. World, you play World vs. World as long as you like. And of course, try to optimize it, you know? Try to make the most gold in the amount of time that you play. I think that's totally fair. But you should not always say, I can't play that because it doesn't give me enough gold. I think that's bad. You should play the stuff that is fun to you. That is my argument as well. Totally get that point. Yeah, that was really in the good old days. I really remember that when you had to farm this golem event in Ore Plinks, or what is it called, and where you hide behind those walls to get all the mobs in there because they had infinite respawn. I remember that. Yeah, that was crazy. Where you got heavy moldy bags and stuff, and then you could get a lot of gold back at the time. Nowadays they are not worth it anymore, of course. But that was actually crazy, yeah. Can't remember that. Yeah, exactly, the tunnel. The tunnel. Back in the day, yeah. Yeah, crazy. I think if you played back in the day, and there are actually not that many people anymore that really play the game. I think a lot of people are newer. I think most people that started playing Guild Wars 2 at launch actually quit. I'm pretty sure about it. I don't know the percentages, but there are some veterans like Matthias and me, of course, but I think a lot of other people actually joined the game way later. At least the people that are still playing. Would be really interesting to see how many people are actually, you know, playing the game right now and how they are when they joined. It would be really interesting. So currently, oh, I hate it when this happens. Where is it? Where is it? So I'm currently playing Willband, and it's a World vs. World variant of the PvP build. I can show you in a second. So the traits are almost the same. So I made a video about it explaining it in detail, but I can give you a short rundown. It's the same traits as in PvP. There's only one difference, I think, that I change Absolute Resolve instead of Inspiring Virtue, because it gives me one more value of this skill, of the F2 skill, because I have 2 ammunition charges in World vs. World. So it's more useful than in PvP. And of course my gear setup is different, because gear in PvP and World vs. World is not the same. Yeah, I think I get your point. So Matthias is making the point that only the only real legendaries in game are Generation 2 legendaries, because you have to do them this yourself. Only it was a big mistake to do legendaries that you can sell on the trading posts. I think the problem is, I get your point, the prestige is lost, but at the same point time, a lot of people actually make gold just crafting legendaries and selling them. And if you take that away, there might be people that are upset about it. So I would say, for me, I agree. I like to do stuff myself, to have some rewarding stuff, and that if you see someone running around with, for example, Nevermore, you know they did the Raven collection. I think that's really cool. You know, that's nice. But at the same time, I would say the newer legendary Generation 2, so Flames of War or whatever, those are just material things. It's not like you really did something, you know. You just bought all the materials and then you crafted it yourself, you know? At least in my opinion, you know? I think some of them, I agree, it's really cool that they have some prestigious event chain to them, but most of the new ones are actually just things. Hey, Roaming Spirit, welcome. No, I think the point was by Matthias that it's way more rewarding to go on a journey to get the legendary than just buy them on the TP, you know? Because if you buy something on the TP, 1 second you don't have it and the next second you have it. And that feels really bad in the sense that you don't have any journey that you go through to make this legendary. And I think that's a totally fair point. I think they are not talking about the sound effects and the stat selectable stuff. Of course, they have the same effects or the same usefulness. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure actually that the newer legendary spear will not be sellable. So I think we will be back at that point. You know, I'm pretty sure actually that the new legendary spear that will be released on Tuesday will not be sellable. I'm pretty sure about that. And I think to some extent actually it also is at the moment the same thing as you said, because the new Oreen skins, or the new, you know, these Oreen skins we had before, they actually have the same amount. So you can buy the base version, but you have to grind the real version, not the real, but the skins. So if you want to have the title, where is it? This title here. If you want to have this title, you have to really grind it, and you have to do it yourself. You can't buy it. I think that is totally fair, you know. Yeah, I think that it's the same point that I made. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I think there are some achievements like that in the game, actually, Roaming Spirit. So I totally see that. So that you have to do achievements to get the legendaries. For example, Nevermore is like that. Astrolaria, Hope. What is the last one? Chuka and Champawat. Those are really cool. You know, you have to do an achievement to get them. But I think they stopped doing that because it's really time intensive for them. And it's a one-time thing. Not a lot of people actually go for them. I think the overall amount of people that actually have those legendaries is really low. You wouldn't expect, but it's really low. And therefore, I would say it makes sense to stop doing that. But at the same time, it's really sad, you know? Yeah, I mean, that's the whole purpose of a legendary in the economical sense, you know? That you have a material sink, you know? That is just for people that are veterans or that have a lot of materials and they want to go for something that is really expensive. That is the whole purpose of a legendary. So I totally get why they still have a big material cost to them. That's totally fine, in my opinion. And I think it's also not only fine for me, but I think it's also required. Because if it wouldn't be like that, I think the market would have crashed a long time ago. Because we get so many materials by just playing the game. If there is no big sink for the materials, they would all be worthless. And the only thing that is worth would be gold, liquid gold. Yes, I think you're totally right there, Matthias. I think the feeling for the final product is way worse if you do it like that. That's totally fine. I think that's a fair point. But I think we have to realize that ArenaNet is marketing the game and they are not particularly good at marketing. That's the first point. And the second point, and that's also really important, is they made this decision long ago that they are making gold. Most of their real life money comes from people buying skins like mount skins, buying gem store skins, those kind of stuff. And some amount of that is also by people that spend real life money to buy gold and get legendaries. And if you can't do that because the legendary is actually account bound and you can't craft it or can't buy it from the TP, then they would lose some amount of money. I don't know how big this amount of money is, but in their minds, it's probably worth it to make this decision. I think that is the argument that I get. And I can agree that this is not a cool thing to do, because I really like to go for something that is prestigious and that I can equip and tell other people, oh, that's a cool thing. You don't have that because you didn't go through the journey like I did. I think that is a really cool thing, and that's lost by having to sell, or that you can sell legendaries on the TP. Yes. But I think we can't change it now, and I hope we can just hope that the new legendaries are not sellable, or at least somewhat prestigious. And I actually think it will be. Yeah, I mean, it depends to which people you listen. So there are people that, of course, I would say that's really a small percentage of people that do that. But I remember people, for example, in Teapot's stream, that were saying, oh, they really liked that skin, and they just started the game and they instantly swiped and bought for 100 euro the new legendary or something. I mean, I saw those people. Yeah. But I'm not making the argument that a lot of people do that, but just saying the possibility for ArenaNet is enough to make it happen, you know, because they think they can make money from that. Yeah, I think that's a totally different aspect, so that Guild Wars 2 is too flashy right now. I think over the years, they introduced not only new skills that make the game more flashy, but also new skins that are extremely flashy. Not only actually legendary skins, but a lot of gem store skins are actually the same. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, you know. That there are some gem store skins that are so flashy that they are even flashier than legendaries. And that's a thing that is just this, let's say, the follow-up problem of having an economy that is based on the microtransactions, you know, because they have to make skins prettier to some extent, or flashier than the skins before they released on gem stores and stuff, and they can only sell new skins if they look better or are bought, you know, by people because they are cool to some extent. And that's a big problem, and I totally agree with you there that this is not helping the game in sense of visual clutter and stuff. But I don't know if I think it's now too late to address it. I think there's no way that we can address this now. I think it's too late, and that's a problem. And they added a feature. Where is it? Let me check. Is it graphic options? Yes, I think it's graphic option. And there you can set how much you see and which effects you see, and how let's say many infusions you see. That's really important. If you be sure to check that out if you want to decrease it, if you don't know about it, because it's really important for people that don't like to see all the flashy infusions or whatever they are wearing in PvE or even in PvP and World vs. World. If you don't have standard character model limits, it's really insane how much you can not see anymore, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's of course if you you know, started by playing Guild Wars 1 and then you get to the early Guild Wars 2 days, and then there is some big transition in the new Guild Wars 2 with all the crazy flashy skins. I totally get that, yeah. I mean, I think it's totally fine that they make skins that look cool. I think that is totally fair. I think the sad part is only that all of those skins are bound to the gem store, I would say. There is not a single crazy cool skin, I would say, that they released into the game that is not gem store or legendary. I think, at least in my opinion, there are not a lot of those skins. It's better nowadays, I would say, than a few years ago, because they also give us with each update every 3 months at least one new armors and weapon set. So I think if you go to the rewards, you get some new skins here. Some of them are actually quite nice. And also a full weapon set is here. You can debate if it's nice, but I think it's better nowadays. But they still release a lot, and I'm talking about a big amount of skins in the Blackline chest. You know, a lot of them. And that's a big problem for people that just want to have some prestigious things. I think that's yeah. I mean, you have to be fair. All of the skins that are in the Blackline chest you can buy. Or most of them you can buy from the TP as well. So in my opinion, it's not a big deal because you can buy them, you know? Yeah, but the point is, Roaming Spirit, that the Void corrupted ones are not earnable in-game. You can't just buy them from the TP. It would be much cooler if you could do an achievement, if you could do, for example, just say you could do some, if you get rank 250 in PvP or something in one season, then you get access to those skins, you know? Why that would be cool to some extent, you know? That you have some prestigious reward, you know? It's not crazy, but it would be bound to something in-game. There are some skins like that. I think they have those corrupted skins in World vs. World. They are bound to some, you have to spend a lot of tickets or something, I think. That is cool. But not a lot of actually skins they add are like that. Most of them are somewhat just gold or just gem score. Yeah, I totally agree with you that the skins in the Blackline chests, for example, Shining Swords stuff, is really nice. But at the same time, it's a skin that is not earnable in game. You know, you have to spend real money or you have to spend just gold buying keys. I think that's not really prestigious in any way. That's a little bit sad, and it also doesn't help with visual cluster. You know. But I totally get it. I'm a skin collector myself. I like to have those skins because I feel like they are really cool, you know. And I have to admit, I play the game for what it is, you know. I don't play the game because I think it's particularly prestigious to play the game. I think there are not that many prestigious rewards in Guild Wars 2, so I just accept that and play the game for having fun and getting new skins and stuff, you know. Or interacting with you for that matter, you know. But I think the biggest issue are skins that are not sellable. So I'm talking about stuff like this Mystic Visionary Cape or Portable Hot Chair. Those are not sellable. So you have to gamble for them at the moment. There is no way you get this in-game. Those you can buy, you know. You can sell them to other people. But if you want to have this skin, you have to gamble for them. At a later point, they will get into the statuette system. Yes, that is true. But if you want to have them right now, you have to gamble for them. And that's, I think, a problem. That's not how it should be. But I get it in the marketing perspective. It makes sense, you know. You want to have some incentive for people to buy Blackline keys. I totally get that, you know. I think they can't get it. I think actually they can't get it, I would say. They have to wait until it's in the statuette system. I'm not sure how it is actually. In Germany, where I'm from, it's totally fine to do that. I'm not sure actually. it's a good question. So what do people do in countries where it's prohibited to gamble in video games? I don't know. Good question. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the statuette system is some kind of pity system, and I think it's totally fair to have something like that. I think it's a really nice thing to have for the players. But I totally get your point that the statuettes are really hard to come by for any player, I would say. It's just like if you spend a lot of keys and you are unlucky and don't get the skin you want, you have probably enough statuettes to buy the skin at some point. That's the whole reasoning, you know. But I get your point that the statuettes would be way cooler if you can get them in-game. I think there were some events where you could get them in-game. And you don't have to forget there are actually, if you're really lucky, you can find blackline keys from any mob or any player that you kill. Yeah, you get one key per week, at least if you're doing only the story level 10 key farm, and of course that's the most rewarding one. All the others take way more time. Yes, but you can be lucky and they can actually drop from just random mobs. They can drop. They have a really, really low drop rate. So if you are lucky, you could get one key from a mob drop, and then you can get the rare skin that you wanted just from this one key. Yeah, I mean, so... Hey, Cheats-son, welcome to the stream. Yeah, really, I'm glad that I could help you. I mean, I really enjoyed this Mesmer build myself, so glad that I could help with that, you know. So, I mean, so roaming spirit, if there would be a higher chance for blackline keys to drop in the open world, then no one would buy it. So I think it's totally reasonable to not have a high drop rate of that, you know. There is no way that they would increase the drop rate and the market would not crash, you know. That's just not how it is. I would also say, so I had someone in my YouTube comments actually that was really interesting. They said that they make a lot of gold by ecto gambling. And I was actually really surprised because on the long run, you will not make gold. There is no possible way that you can do that for days, years, you make gold out of it. But they said they had a lucky account and they would make a lot of money by ecto gambling. I was really surprised. If that is true, it's actually crazy. I think there is no way that you can do that, you know. Yeah, Matthäus, so I totally see that you that you feel... I think this moment of just getting a random blackline key is actually a really good moment. I think it's really fun. I think this is an element that not a lot of people actually get to see because it happens so rarely, but I think it's a really fun thing that they have it in the game. I think over my time playing Guild Wars 2, over the last, let's say, 10 years, I would say I got maybe 5 blackline keys from random drops. Maybe around this. And every time I felt really lucky, you know, of course. But I also played a lot of hours, so there's that. Yeah, I mean, the problem is if they would introduce something like that, with that there were blackline statuettes somewhat achievable from in-game achievements, they had to balance it really, really carefully, you know. So they should do it like some kind of, you get them, maybe you can get up to 5 per week or something, so that you have some incentives to do the achievement, the whatever it is, you know. They could, I think that's actually quite a good idea, you know, that you could get 5 or so per week from special events, you know, that are special marked. For example, they rotate, you know. So you get a box where you get a blackline chest statuette, you know. And depending on what week it is, it's this event or it's this event, so that people are doing events that would normally not be valuable to do. I think that would be a good way to balance it, because that also doesn't affect the market at all. Because with the blackline statuettes, you don't get any real gold value. You know, if you can only buy account-bound skins, then no problem. I think that would actually be cool. Yeah, exactly. Special meta events on maps no one plays these days. I think that would be the perfect solution. I'm not sure if they can't do it or why they wouldn't do something like that, but that's actually a cool idea. I mean, if it's really true that new accounts have more luck, I think that's crazy, I would say. I think that's not a good design, because if people actually get to know that it is true, you could just abuse it. I actually doubt that it's true. I think that would be too much of a programming hassle, you know. I think you would not go there as a developer, you know. It's really hard to program like that. I think it's different for mobile games. To be really sure, I think mobile games are made like that, you know. Most mobile games are really designed like that. That you feel like, oh, you have a lucky account, you have to keep playing, and then if you get invested into the game, maybe even spend real money, then they say, let's give it only as much as we really need to. I think that mobile games are really, they suck you in when you fall for the trap. I mean, maybe. I mean, it makes sense that they have something to keep new players engaged, but at the same time, Matthias, do you really expect a new player to know what the gold is worth? So if they, for example, get a check infusion as a new player, do you really think they know what it's worth? There are actually people that wrote on Reddit, they got it and then deleted the item because it was just an exotic one, you know, at the time. I think it's really hard to make such a argument for a developer to say, okay, we increase the luck or the stuff they get, because new players are most likely the players that don't know what to do with it, you know? I don't know. For example, if a new player gets a precursor, they don't even realize it's expensive until they try to sell it on the TP, you know? Nowadays, precursors are not that expensive anymore, yes, but I mean, it's still a rather rare drop. Yeah. I think that's really interesting. But I think we will never get the insight onto that, you know. I think we will never get ArenaNet to say that's how it is. Yeah, exactly. So you have to be really careful. Thanks for the follow, good guy. Thanks a lot. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Yeah, so in my opinion, there should be some special notification or something that you get a rare drop, you know, for a new player at least. Then it would be better. But there is a really long time ago, there was a YouTube video on YouTube. I think it was 1 or 2 years after release. And they were forging, you know, that was at the time really profitable to do. Put exotics into the Mystic Forge and hope for precursors, you know. And this guy, this video was something like the happiest and the saddest moment of my life, you know. And they actually got a precursor and didn't notice it from forging and forged the precursor into the forge and got another precursor out of it. And they were really happy about it because they thought they would have 2 precursors, but they used 1 precursor to get another one. It was so sad to look at, you know. It was actually crazy. I remember that video. It was... Maybe we can kill him? Nice, we got him. Not yet, but really close. I did not expect to hit that the stun hits on me, actually. Olyak body blocks me, that's actually insane. I can't win against this, actually. Insane. They have so much endurance, so much blind spam. It's crazy. I did not win it. Crazy. No. I think it was just a video. I think no one actually got hurt by that. It was just a video, and he noticed it after it, and he was really sad. And it was, I mean, makes sense if you just get one precursor and forge it to get another one. That's just really unlucky and lucky at the same time, you know. It's funny, at least for us as viewers. So I'm really interested. Would you get the point? Yes, for legendaries you're totally right. You need for to get eternity you need Twilight and what's the other one called? Sunrise. Yes, that is fine. But at the same time you have, I think that is one of the most interesting decisions they made, that you forge Sunrise and Twilight together. And then you get sellable eternity. I think that is a really interesting decision that they made, you know? Why did they do that, you know? I'm not sure. Because for me, that was... that's really lucrative to do, you know? Because you get the skins Twilight and Sunrise unlocked by forging them. And then you can just sell the eternity for 4,000 gold or something, and you have most of the value that you would have lost otherwise gotten back, you know. That's actually crazy. So let's see if we can get the defense win. That's also a really good point. I really enjoy that they changed the defense participation in World vs. World.
I was in some deep trouble there.
I mean, I'm not on a Zerging build, but okay. I can swap to it after that. There are a lot of people here. It's crazy. Nice, we got him. No, maybe not. The farmers here, it's crazy. Yeah, but it will be really easy now after the patch to get the defense participation. So if you get any hits on those guys, you will get participation, and I think that's really cool. Because it makes defending way more lucrative, and so that you don't get punished for not being able to kill enemies. Because now they only get rewarded. I don't kill any one of them, I don't get participation in the defense event, and I'm just sitting here and giving time and maybe even dying to them, you know. So I think that's a really good change in the Tuesday's update. Yeah, I think this is the typical world versus world experience. The organized group farms the unorganized group, so it doesn't look like very promising. But I feel like if we can hold it for long enough, they will die because we will repair the walls and they don't have any respawns coming back in. And they're so tanky. They're all playing tanky stuff. Okay, this is the only one that is not... Is this actually... It's a really high ultimate tournament.
Health, vigor, recovery.
Yeah, I will quickly swap to a more surging build. The question I asked previously, would you say that Guild Wars 2 is pay to win for you, you know? Would you say that you as a typical Guild Wars 2 player, are you affected by that you can buy gold in the gem store? And that some people might use it to get a lot of gold? Because for me, I think it's actually a positive that you can do that. Because that makes me think that people buy stuff, skins and stuff like that, and I don't have to pay anything then to play the game, you know? I mean, that's actually, I know you are joking a bit, Roaming Spirit, but yes, I think elite specs and stuff existing makes it more likely to get people to buy, to buy the expansions. And I think that is a fair point of ArenaNet to make, because they want to sell their expansions. But at the same time, I would say that it makes the game less free-to-play friendly, or not free-to-play, but small spender friendly, you know? So if you don't want to spend a lot of gold, or real-life money, you have to be really careful what you buy. I think nowadays it's quite easy. You can just buy a bundle of expansions and it's fine. But still, you know, it's crazy how tanky they are. But in my opinion, it's not a subscription model, and therefore we have to make some drawbacks. But in the end, I would say it's still totally fair how Guild Wars 2 is, the economy is balanced, and just the general gold spending process, I think, is totally fair. And that's why I was so surprised that people in my recent video were just arguing, you are talking shit, it's not working at all like that, and buying gold is totally, no one would do that. I think that's, yes, not a lot of people might do that, but it's still the best way to get gold in Guild Wars 2. You know, that was my whole argument, you know. Yeah. I mean, that's my opinion, you know. I'm not sure if this will ever resolve this fight here. I think they are just farming our team. Very interesting. Did we get a kill in any time? Yeah, we did actually get a kill. So did you buy an expansion? Caesar, or did you talk about buying gold? Because for me, that's really interesting to know how many of my viewers are actually doing that, and so that I can actually get some arguments, you know. Exactly, that was my whole point. So Caesar makes the argument that in real life to work and get the money and then spend it on Guild Wars 2 is way faster than spending it in game. I think that was my whole argument in the video, that if you have a good job or if you have enough money to spend in real life, then you can do that, and it's way more money that you get by doing this than just farming the game for 2 hours, because maybe you don't have the time to farm the game for 2 hours. And I think that is a totally fair point, you know. Why is it bad for people to do so? I think it's actually really good that you do it, because you get more value from the game, and we as really hardcore players that are playing the game 24/7, you know, we get value from you spending money on the game, you know. So it's a win-win situation. Why are people toxic about it? I think it's a really good system in that sense. It might not be as good as a subscription model in terms of how much content they can put out, but it is definitely a really good system when it comes to how people get value from the game. You know, we can play the game 24/7 and we still don't have to pay for it, you know. I mean, it depends definitely, I would say, what you are, how much you get and stuff. But if you say you have the time to farm, then you can farm. If you don't have the time to farm, then maybe you have more real life money to spend on the game. Stop pulling me. Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think that's a really cool point that you talk about it in stream, because I feel like a lot of people actually just don't admit that they do it, and I think it's actually a totally fair point, you know. And that was actually why I was so surprised that people in the YouTube comments said that's totally bullshit what you are talking about. Nobody does it, and it's not the best way to get gold at all. I mean, that's just your opinion, but I feel like a lot of people still do it, you know. So I was really surprised about that. So I was wanted to get some opinions on that of you, you know, because talking with people in chat is way more interactive than having people write an essay on in a YouTube comment and talk about what they think, and I can't give any, you know, really good answer to that, because they will just have the opinion anyway. Yeah, I think that's also a fair point. It depends where you're living. I think it might be in US and Germany and most European countries. It might be way more expensive to buy stuff. It's crazy. They pull me and they have no damage. They are just full tank. Yes, I think that's a really good point that you bring up, Roaming Spirit. As long as Guild Wars 2 ArenaNet does not bring out stuff that is pay to win, in the sense that you have to buy stuff with real money that is improving your gameplay. So if it's only skins and stuff and quality of life features, then it's totally fine. But if you get a better weapon or if you get a better stat increase, then you should be worried. But it's not like that. I think in BDO, for example, you can do that, but in Guild Wars 2 there is no way they will ever do that, I think. Actually, I have to be a little bit careful there, because in the Chinese version they actually have that. So Guild Wars 2 has UU and NA, and they are somewhat together, you know, you can use the same trading post, but the Chinese version is totally decoupled, so there is no interaction with the Chinese version whatsoever. And the Chinese version actually has some differences, and one of the differences is that they can buy stat infusions that go over the 5 power, for example, or 5 condition damage you get per infusion. I think they can go really high up, and they can buy it on the gem store, so to say. So they can increase the stats of their character by spending real money. And that's an interesting aspect. I think they just did it because the what's it called? The Chinese or Asian market is expecting some kind of pay to win. Otherwise, they think it's a shit game. And that's a fair point. I hope just they will not bring it into our Guild Wars version. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's not pay to win in the sense that you need a legendary to win, you know? Even if it... so, 2 points. First point, to get a legendary or ascended stuff is quite easy, you know? You have to just farm the game. It's not like it's locked behind months and years of grind, you know? Ascended stuff you can get so fast, you know? And then the second point is that actually, even if you don't have ascended stuff, I would say if you're a better player, you might win in World versus World, the matchup, you know? The 1-on-1, because you have exotic gear and the other one has ascended gear, doesn't make them easily win, you know? Sometimes you still lose. If you're the better player, you might win with exotic gear, you know? Look at it, we're just standing in each other. It's so boring. Yeah, I think that, but it's totally fair, you know? You should always cater to the audience that you have, you know? If the audience expects some kind of pay-to-win element, then you should go for it as a developer. I think that's totally fair. But that's another issue that new games, for example, Lost Ark and Throne of Liberty, those games are free-to-play, but I think they still have some kind of pay-to-win issue in it, because they're coming from the Asian server. So that's why Guild Wars 2 is really good in that sense, because Guild Wars 2 comes from the Western market and went into the Eastern market. So we don't have pay-to-win at all. That's really good, you know? And Matthew, you are completely right. There are people that cleared raids in full green gear. So gear is not pay-to-win at all, because gear is really easy to acquire in the game. And it's way more important to be good at the game to win. And that's how it should be, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. I think Guild Wars is actually a rare exceptions in MMOs that are free to play to some extent, and you still don't have any pay to win element in it. And I think that's really good that they have it like that, you know. It's a really big plus for people that are coming into Guild Wars 2. I think Guild Wars 2 is free to play and they don't have any pay to win aspect. That's crazy. I think there are not a lot of other MMOs out there that are like that. I think, for example, Warframe is like it, and I think Elder Scrolls might be like it, but I'm not sure how deep the not pay-to-win aspect there is, you know. Really? It's crazy. I did not know that, Arthur. So really interesting. So it's really like you can buy endgame legendaries that we would have to farm for months, maybe, Aurora Vision. You can buy them on the official website. That's actually crazy. I think that's crazy. I mean, so I would say it's not a... So if you are not as skillful as other players, that is not a big deal, because you can get there. And most of the content in Guild Wars 2 is actually not designed around really high skill levels, so you can easily do it without having much skill. But I think that's also a really good thing that you see that you are not the best player, and you can improve at it. You know what you are doing wrong maybe, and then you can improve. You just need to accept that you have to improve at it. I do a lot of mistakes when I play PvP, when I play competitive modes, and I want to improve at it, and I think that's the mindset issue. I talked about it in my last stream, that it's really important to just think, what did I wrong and how can I improve at it? I think that helps so much. Okay, so Elder Scrolls is a little bit pay to win. Okay, that's interesting. So I actually have a Tempest PvP build guide. You can check it out. It's on my YouTube channel. It's I think a month old or something, but it's totally up to date. You can check it out. And not the same video. And I have a second video where I play Tempest and where I comment on my PvP rotations and my thinking process, you know. So you can check both of them out. Just go to my channel page and then you can search for Tempest and it should show up both of the videos. But I can also link them. Give me a second. So that would be the first one. That's the video. And actually the commentary doesn't have the Tempest in there. Give me a second. And the commentary is a little bit more focused on what you should do. What did I do wrong in the video in the PvP match? So those are the two videos I'm talking about. Yeah, sure. Have fun. Interesting. I mean, I think it makes sense to have some differences between each games, you know. But I think pay-to-win aspects should never be in a game that is Western, you know, in design. I'm not sure about Asian games because I don't play Asian games in that sense. But I would not want have to pay to win just because someone spent more gold or more money, more real life money on the game and they beat me. I think that does not feel good, you know. Yeah, sure. Always happy to help. Yeah, I mean, if you really have a paywall, so you have to buy some stuff, then yes, that's a pay to win aspect for me for sure. Yeah. Yes, I think that's latency. You are totally right there. I think that is the biggest problem. At least not a lot of people speak about. The marketing of Guild Wars 2 is the problem. You know, it's not the content schedule. It's not like the balancing. It's not any aspect like pay to win and stuff. The biggest problem is that the population in Guild Wars 2 could be way better if they market it correctly. If they would market it in a way that they would put out, let's say, a video, some advertisement that shows the aspects of Guild Wars 2 that are unique in the MMOs genre, you know? Talking about world versus world, I think there is no other game that does open world PvP so well, you know? Or talking about how good the servers are, you know? I think that's also an aspect that is extremely rare, you know? So tell me one other MMO that was not down at all, you know. Since it released, Guild Wars 2 was never down. Tell me one other MMO that is like that. There is always some kind of server maintenance, and not a big amount of MMOs actually have any capability to do so. Or other marketing stuff, you know, like that. I don't know. Yeah, I totally get the point. If you don't want to play pay to win games, then you should not play them. Yeah, I think that's totally fair. But that's why I play Guild Wars 2, because I really enjoy that it's not pay to win and I can just spend my time and the game values my time. You know? If I get better at the game, I get some value from doing that. I think that's crazy. They never talk about it, you know. They're not even in a blog post. They say that's what we are doing differently, or you know, sometimes they say they can't even talk about it because they will not reveal any secrets because it's just hard to do what they are doing. You know, it's not a special technique, but it's just really hard to do it. You know, but other stuff is they should just market more of the stuff that makes the game unique. I think that's really important. But they don't, and therefore the population is not bad. Don't get me wrong. I think Guild Wars 2 is in a quite good spot, especially for what they are currently doing, because I feel like they're currently not pushing out as much content as they used to be. if you look at the content that we got with Heart of Thorns, you know, the Living World seasons, 2, 3 and 4, they were crazy amounts of content. And now we get an update every 3 months that is not that big, you know. But that's fair if people still play the game and we get enough for us to enjoy it. I think that's totally fair, you know. And that's why I'm still playing Guild Wars 2. But I think they should market it like that. They should market it more. That's a really good point there by you. That how people are funneled into the different categories of game modes is really bad, you know. So people are playing the story and maybe go to level 80 and then they are a little bit lost, you know. And the LFG does not help at all. I think the problem is that the LFG system for PvE, but also for PvP and stuff, is really bad, you know. It's not helping. I think there has to be a major rework. It's really important that they do that in the future, because then people would get into content that they normally wouldn't go into. I think that's another problem as well, that there should be some kind of way to see how experienced the player is. I think Guild Wars 2 is really, really hard stuck on the idea that people have to be all the same, you know, so that everyone is the same. There is no way for you to check how which gear someone has, how many times you killed a raid boss or something. That is not possible in game, you know, and that's a big problem. That's a big problem why the LFG is rather bad, you know, because you just have people that are sneaking into experience groups because they tell you, yeah, I'm really experienced, you know, and that stuff makes the game really toxic in the sense, you know. Yeah, I think in other MMOs like WoW, Final Fantasy, you have the item level to make sure that the people are somewhat well equipped to fight the fight. In Guild Wars 2, you don't have that. You can't just go into an LFG group and just tell people, yeah, I have the right gear, and no one can check it. And that's a big problem, you know. People should have an ability in the LFG to tell how good someone is, you know. Or at least how, a little bit, you know, that you are experienced, that you killed the boss before or something. And that's what makes the LFG a really hard experience for new player, because there are all the groups are there and you don't know how to get there, how to do what, you know. It's really crazy. Yes, I think you are totally right, Matthias, that gear checking might not be the best argument for that. I think it should not be. I'm not sure. It's hard to make it right, you know, because a lot of people will have the wrong gear. But at the same time, I'm talking more about people that, for example, if you're looking for people that are experienced, for example, if you want to do Doom CM, you know, the challenge mode of the last boss in Raidwing 5, you know, if you want to do that, you would rather have people that cleared the normal mode of Doom 10 times than they did not clear it at all, you know. And there is no way in the LFG to check that, you know. So you have to go to some KP system, so where you have some kill proof. And I think that's really bad. That's really unintuitive for new players. Because even if you are a new player and you kill Doom, you are most likely to not keep the trophy that you get from it. You know, why would you? And I think that's really important, that they improve the system in the sense that you have more of a intuitive way of playing the game and getting into groups, you know. Yeah, I think that's the big problem, that people, even for easy content, they asked for K-Pre, you know. And I think that's a big problem of the LFG, you know, because it should just be, in other MMOs you can queue up as a healer or you can queue up as a tank, and that makes the let's say, progress way easier for you to get into those contents, you know. But in Guild Wars we don't have that, so people have made really bad experiences sometimes in Bone Skinner, for example, that the healer is not healing at all or something, you know. And I totally get the point then that you want to play with experienced players, but it's really it's actually not that hard to get experienced people. So there is arguments for both sides, I would say, you know. Exactly. So item level, like Latency pointed out, item level in Guild Wars 2 doesn't make any sense, you know, because there is no real item that you would give an value to, you know. You could play the full Ascended gear, and if you are on a healer and you run full Berserker gear, you might get the highest item level, but it doesn't matter because you're a healer. You don't heal a lot on Berserker gear. So I think it doesn't make any sense in Guild Wars 2 to have item level, you know. And yeah. Exactly. That's the biggest problem that LFG faces, is that the LFG system is hard to to get some new, to fully rework it, you know. How would you do it? I think there is no perfect solution to it, and now they just say, okay, if we don't have a perfect solution, you know, then better not rework it at all, because if we spend time to rework it and then people are not using it anyways, then, or not using it correctly or a lot, and then we have the same problem than we had before, but now we spend a lot of time doing it, you know. So I get it why they are really afraid to touch it, you know. But at the same time, it's really sad because new players will not get the value from LFG system, and that's sad, definitely. I think I agree actually with Latency. I think Roaming Spirit is a valid argument that you have in the LFG way too many categories. I think that is true. But for experienced players, actually, you can really easily, you know, go through it and check different categories and check what they want from you and stuff. I think it's actually working. I think it's not bad in the sense that it's really affecting my gameplay. But I'm also at the same time, I think it can be improved, you know. It can definitely be improved. And I hope they will do that in the future. I think it might be better to just go for some little bit more cleanup so that they don't have too many different stuff. And I think that you have in raids on strike mission experience and training, yes, okay, but I think most of the people are always going for experience, so I'm not sure if there are really two different categories needed, you know. But I think you should see, I mean, I don't know, you should go for five main content and 10 main content in different categories or something, so that you can a little bit more easily differentiate, you know. But a new player probably is just overwhelmed how many categories there are. I totally get that point. But like I said, it's really hard, you know. Make a good improvement and there will still be people that are unhappy about it, you know. So Arena is really afraid to touch it, I think, because of that reason. Yeah, I totally see your point, by the way, Matthias, that people are just oftentimes really high in the amounts of KP that they asked of you, and then you still struggle with it, you know. So it doesn't really matter how much KP someone has. Doesn't mean that they are good at the game, you know. Yes, I think that's really important that they would clean that up a bit. But yeah, I'm not sure. I think the big improvements that some people at least want, I don't see it. I don't know what to improve that makes it way better, you know. There is no item level that you could assign to it. That's just not how it's working. And some kind of auto matchmaking will not work either, because how can you differentiate between an alacrity healer or an alacrity DPS? Is there some internal gear check to make that work? I think that's way too much effort just for the system, because if we don't have the classical healer tank DPS role set up, we have a different kind of support setup, you know. It's really problematic. Yeah, I think I'm also in general really curious what the Guild Wars 2 what they take from Guild Wars 2 and what they completely rework in Guild Wars 3, you know. I'm really interested in that.
The wind is here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think, though, Guild Wars 3 is at least 5 years away. I think that's an optimistic guess. I think actually it will be way longer. I think they will maybe in 2 years or something announce it officially. I think they will take years, you know. I really hope it's not a mobile game. I really hope it's not a mobile game. That would be insane. That would be... I'm actually also doubting it because we have evidence against it. So they are looking for Unreal developers. So they work with the Unreal Engine. So I think it's highly likely that it's a PC game. I mean, if they really did that, they should announce it at April 1st that it will be Guild Wars 3 will be a mobile game. I think that would be so funny. That would be so funny. How many people would actually be on the fence about it? That would actually be crazy. I would really like to see that. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think Guild Wars 3 will probably be quite different from Guild Wars 2. I think it will not focus on as many game modes as Guild Wars 2 has. I think they will cut the game modes for sure. So I think they will cut PvP game mode. I think they will not do a lot of instance content. I think they will focus on open world and will also focus on, maybe if they want some PvP in there, they will focus on world versus world. I think that's the most likely thing. I think Guild Wars 2 has too many different styles of gameplay and they can't maintain any of them to the extent people want them to. Yeah, I think they should not go the road of Diablo Immortal. I think that's not the smart move. But let's see. I mean, ArenaNet might find a way to make it work. I don't know. So you can run it on your phone, but you have to plug it in permanently, you know. So I don't know. You have to charge it all the time. I think the Diablo game was just really badly perceived. I think there was no time where people actually said that was worth playing. At least most of the people were not happy about it in any way. Hi Palentio, welcome to the stream. I'm not really interested in mobile games, to be honest. They're often pay to win and they have some really big lockouts depending on how many times you spend in the day and stuff. I really dislike that. I want to play my game whenever I want to and not have some kind of energy system, some kind of lockout. It's not fun to me. Yeah, I think that's a really good point there by Klaus. That for new players, the skill is unique per game mode sentence is horrifying, you know. People get one skill and in a game mode, and in another game mode it is a totally different skill. It has the same animation, but that's it, you know. I think that's a big problem. And I think that's why Guild Wars 3 will not have that many game modes, just because they want to focus on more pureness, you know, purity of purpose, that the skill is the same skill always, you know. I think that's what they are doing here. Yeah, welcome. I want everyone to lurk around, so that's fine as well. But of course, if you have some opinions, always be happy to tell me. You know. I think the balancing is debatable. I made a video about it. I talked about it for 30 minutes. I think there is a lot of stuff that can be done differently, maybe better, maybe worse, yes. But I think at the same time, I think it's just really hard for new players. I think most people would agree on it, that new players are the people that are the least happy with the balancing that it's currently in. You know, I think that's for sure, I would say. So if they would really make it like that, so that we have no gear, like for example now we have gear in Guild Wars 2 World vs. World. If we would change that so that it's like PvP, that you just have one amulet slot and that's all your gear, I think that's interesting. I think it's an interesting take. It's really hard to say it's better or worse. I think it has positive aspects and negative aspects at the same time. So I think it would make the game fair, you know, because now Guild Wars 2, I don't know how many of my people here actually run around in Ascended gear. I think a lot of them might be in exotic or even worse gear, you know. So they all would have the same amount of stats then. That would be fair in the sense. But at the same time, it would also limit the build crafting options and the amount of, you know, cool stuff that you can do, you know. And also the amount of, I don't know. I think both, it's totally fair to say it would improve the game for new players. I think that's true. But it would also make the game a little bit more boring for veteran players because they, I don't know, it's really hard to tell.
Sand, shield us.
Yeah, I mean, Valencio, that's what you get when you play this annoying build, you know. But yeah, that's totally reasonable, you know. Yeah, I can imagine that, you know. And Sufish, you know, Stronlo, played that build for the whole season, I think, and last season as well. So he has, I don't know, maybe around 800 matches on this build. So you can imagine that every single person he encountered knows how annoying this build can be, you know. Yeah. So to answer the question, I don't know. I don't know if it would really improve if you had the amulet system in World vs. World. I would say it would make it way easier for new players to get into the game because you don't have that much options, you know. You have now to decide what kind of gear do I use, what kind of rune do I use, what kind of relic do I use, you know, what weapon, what spec. I think it's really hard for new player, you know. But at the same time, it's also quite easy. You can just go in with your PvE build, with your gear that you have, and you don't have to think about it, you know. It's not like you will be very successful, but you will have the option to do so, you know. And I don't know. I think it's an interesting take. I think it could make the game a little bit more competitive because at the moment it's a little bit. But at the same time, do we want a more competitive game mode, or do we want to have just some fun and play broken stuff, you know, like it is currently, you know? I don't know. But I think at the same time, if I agree that the game splitting of skills should be more linear, so that there are, for example, PvP skills are also used in World vs. World. But look at it that way. That would make skills, for example, let's say AoE skills, might be really strong in World vs. World. For example, look at the, what is it called? Winds of Disenchantment, so the elite skill of Spellbreaker, you know? That skill, if it would have the same balance as in PvP, would either be broken in World vs. World, or would be totally useless because it is balanced around World vs. World and no one would play it in PvP, you know, because it would be really bad. So I think there is an argument to say that you have to differentiate between those two game modes because it's different, you know. You have not only different gear sets, but you also have different amounts of situations and different player types, you know. I think it's actually an interesting take. I would say I'm not opposed to it. I think it's an interesting take to bring just amulets into World versus World. I think that's an interesting take. There are definitely some negatives, but I would say overall it might improve the game mode for sure. Why is everyone farming our server? It's actually insane. I think that was a decision, latency, with that they decided to do because they wanted to have some long-term game in there, so that people are playing the game for longer, because you have to do the map completion on different characters as well to get them for the legendaries, you know, and stuff. I think that's what they did here. I think that's the idea behind it. I totally agree. It's annoying that you have to unlock all the waypoints again and stuff. But they wanted to go for more long-term playability for people. So the longevity is just there for all people. And I think that's a totally fair point. Let me out. I think the thing is, in PvP, most of the skills are worst. That is totally fair. But some skills are in World vs. World just really horribly nerfed because they would be broken in a Zerg scenario. That's the difference what I'm talking about. And that could make a skill worse in PvP than in World vs. World, just because you don't encounter 10 players on one single spot. I think so latency, I would say it stopped me from playing other characters as well. But at some point you have to think about it. What are you using your character for? If you're using it not for open world, but for instant content, like raids or like fractals, you could still use it, you know. There is no point in going for world completion. You don't miss out on anything, you know. And that's something that you might want to consider, you know. It's crazy how much boons and heal they have. You will never kill them. Really interesting. I mean, yes, I think that is an interesting point there by Roaming Spirit. Yes, you can buy the core unlocked waypoint stuff on the trading post or on the gem store, but I think that's an aspect that is pay to win to some extent. But yeah, I mean, do we really care? Because core waypoints are quite useless if you are. Most of the content is not in core game, you know, so why would you buy that if you want to have the other expansions? I mean, it's pay to win in the sense that you pay for progression, you know, so that's why I mean it's pay to win. But I wouldn't say it's not useful at all for most people. I think for almost anyone, you know, it's not useful. I don't know. I think that's definitely a take that I would not buy that even for a new player. I think that's a bad value you get there. But I would say you should not stop playing a new character just because you have to do the world completion again. First of all, you don't have to do it, and second of all, it's not even that hard on a second character to do it if you really wanted to. Yeah, I think that's a good point from Close there, that they will not bring the amulets into World vs. World in Guild Wars 2, because a lot of people actually invested in gear, and they would just lose the value from it if they played PvP World vs. World. So they will not do it. Maybe they will do it for Guild Wars 3. That would be interesting if they did it in Guild Wars 3, because all people have to grind for new gear. And we would have the same stuff on the start as every other players. So that would be interesting. But I mean, like I said, it will be 5 years plus in the future, so there is no reason to speculate about stuff that they will do or will not do, because we just don't know. It might not even work in the end, you know, so they will not release it at all. Might happen as well. Yeah, welcome to the stream, Bambi Rose. I mean, if you started yesterday, you won't face any of the problems. I hope you enjoy the game though. I think it's really important that we get new players. Yes, thanks for pointing that out. My YouTube channel is actually quite, you know, active. I try to make a lot of guides, especially for new players, but also veterans. And if you find something that you want to know about, you can also ask in chat, of course. They're really just here to farm us. That's actually crazy. They not take the tower. They just want to farm. So yesterday I got a comment that was interesting. Let's go to a little bit of a different direction. So I got a comment. I was really interested about it because people wanted to, or this guy wanted to have more of a rotation for PvP builds, you know? So what they should do one after the other, like a PvE rotation. And I answered that I would not give that in a build guide because it's too simplifying the situation. I think PvP, you can't put it in a rotation. I think I can talk about combos and I can talk about situations where some skills are useful, but I can't give you a single rotation where you can go use this, then you use this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, and then use this. That's not how it works in PvP. Do you agree with me there, or am I just really coping and it's not, you should play like a rotation in PvP, you know? At least for a new player. I think even as a new player, it doesn't make sense to tell you use those skills in this order because it's not working like that in PvP, you know? So, what is your take on that, you know? So, really interesting to hear what you think. Yeah, I actually get that even in PvE it might be a problem, you know. Even in PvE might be a problem to stick to a single rotation because the raid fight just requires you to do mechanics and stuff, you know. Yes, so that's what my answer was, you know. I can give you combo guides, I can tell you which skills you should use in which situations, but I can tell you use all your staff skills, then use all your dagger skills or something, you know. That's not how it works because you will not perform better because of that. I think you will perform worse because you don't think about your skills anymore. You just think, oh, I have to do this now and this. You have to adjust what you are doing to the situation that you are in, you know. And most of the time, it's not about a rotation at all. Most of the time, it's more about positioning, you know. So if you think about what skill to use next, I would say that's a bigger issue than just playing the game and positioning yourself correctly and using the skill that you feel is currently the best one to use at the moment, you know. That's way better to play it like this. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's so that's what I wrote, and they answered actually and said, yeah, okay, then maybe that's not the correct channel, and they will good to go another channel where they get more information about rotations in PvP. So I was actually a little bit surprised that people actually give advice about rotations for PvP, because I think that's just bad advice. It's not improving the skill that the player has by watching the video, you know. I think in PvE, there is a different, you know, Yeah, sure. Bumpy Rose, that's definitely the way to go. You would not start with playing a new game and you would instantly go into PvP. That's not how it works. You should play what you like and start out slow, and then when you get into more, you know, when you see the game how it is, you like your class, you let's say have more experience on what weapon skills you're using, and then you can check out other game modes for sure, you know. Yes, I think that's totally fair. If you really think only about the rotation, then it might be a bit problematic in the sense that you are a little bit more like a bot than a human player. Let me quickly change my lighting. One second. So, a little bit better. Maybe not. Oh, it's better. Yeah, so yeah, I think that's one of the biggest strengths, and I think that's also why they put out the trailer that they did I think a few days ago, where they showed a lot of the world bosses and the open world stuff. I think that's really important. That's what the marketing should focus on way more. Yeah, I mean, roaming spirit, don't get me wrong. It's a way that you can do and play the game. But I would say, typically, when you start an MMO, you level to max level and then you play PvP. You know, and I think that's also quite realistic to do so, you know. Of course, if you enjoy PvP, you can directly go into PvP in Guild Wars 2, actually. If you buy the game, I think you can go into PvP at level 1 or at level 2. If you start free to play, you have to wait a little bit longer. But I think that is totally fair, you know. I think that is totally fair because that's a really big plus that the PvP of Guild Wars 2 has, is that it's so balanced, you know, in the sense that there is no... So if you face Obindo, if you face boys, they are just better at the game, you know. They don't have any more gear than you. And I think that's really cool, you know. That's really cool. There is no unbalance in the PvP thing. Let's see. So, I mean, yeah. I should really make a PvP montage about Willbender gameplay. That was exactly like Palencio and Roaming Spirit are currently describing it. I think I should do that just to trigger people. Yeah, I think after this match, when you played Bunker DH and stuff, it might be that Obindo and boys just quit. It's so annoying if you play against good people and you play a really slow and annoying build, and they can't change the outcome of the match because of that. That's actually really fun. I think they will nerf Bunker DH in the next hotfix balance patch. No. Yes. Yeah, I can imagine that. I can imagine that. Yeah, I mean, the Bunker DH is actually more like you deny skills. You have some healing, but you want to block, you want to CC enemies. It's not about all the healing that you have, you know. Of course, I think that's one of the biggest strengths of Boyce's stream, and why people watch him is not only that he's really good, but it's also his, you know, he's really chill, you know, that's really relaxing to watch, you know. And if you play ranked in Guild Wars 2 right now, you have to think like that. You can't go in there and say, I'm tryharding and I, you know, you won't last long, you know. It's just because the game mode is really, the population is really low, and there might be a big amount of players that just run really random builds, you know, feeding far the whole time or something in 2v1s. Just how it is, you know. But like I said, that's also just a marketing problem. If they would market it more for a competitive game, then we would get more population and it would solve itself. That's my opinion, you know. I think if you play ranked, you have to think, you have to have fun. It's not about going for rating, going for anything that is somewhat having a goal. You should just have fun, you know. That's the best thing. You could play to improve. I think that's a fair point. But there are some matches where we just... I played matches where I had 0 to 500 and I could not even come out of the base to get a 101 or something. So it's just not fun. But I think when I play in the prime time on EU, around, let's say, 6 p.m. to maybe 11 p.m., something like that, it's actually okay. It's not that bad, you know. I think that's really important to understand for new players, that you don't even... bunker is valid in some situations, but the bunker DH is not only a bunker DH, but it's also a decap build. So you play it totally different than a bunker. A bunker would have to stand on point the whole time. As soon as the point is kept by the enemy, you can't do anything. The DH plays it differently. The DH can say, okay, I get outnumbered by the enemy team. I now just disengage, and I will engage later again, you know, because you can get the decap even if there's an enemy contesting it, because you have decap skills. I think that's really important to understand for the situation, for the strategy that you want to play in, you know, that you play it differently than a bunker. Let's see, maybe we can get it this time. The blues are actually in there. Exactly, that's the idea. You leave when you are pressured or when you feel like you can't hold the 1v2 and try to survive, and then as soon as the 1v2 thinks, okay, that's not the value we want to get, and they let you alone in a 1-on-1, you re-engage the 1-on-1 and you will get the decap after some time, and even the cap. That's just how you play this build, you know. You're never out for killing the enemy. You are not out for, so, let's say, winning the fight in any sense. You just want to win the point. And that's totally fair. I think it's an annoying build to face, but it's a hot take. But I think it's a fair build to make for Conquest, because Conquest revolves around nodes. It's actually totally fair to make a build like that, you know, because that's just how the game mode is. It's not a death match where you don't get value from the builds like that, you know. It's totally fair. Welcome, Code. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think it's totally fair to have different builds and different playstyles, and therefore I think if there would be a healthy option of bunker DH, I would say it's better to have it in the game, because it gives you a little bit more variety and maybe a little bit of a different playstyle, you know, because people that are currently playing the game might only know really bursty or really tanky classes, but the bunker playstyle is or the decap playstyle is a little bit of a different playstyle, at least in my opinion, you know. And before I forget, there is still 1 day left on my giveaway on my YouTube channel. I give away 1000 gold. Link is in the about section on Twitch, or of course if you're on YouTube you see it already. 1000 gold giveaway, so check it out. 1 more day. Tomorrow I will draw it. Yeah, I think actually, Palentio, you're right there. I think a lot of people complain about Willbender. I think Roaming Spirit is a person that doesn't like Willbender. But I think Willbender and Bunker DH are definitely annoying, but I think the X-Thief is actually a really big problem. It's so annoying to face. If you face a good one, or at least a decent one, you know, it doesn't even have to be a really good one, you know. They are so annoying. They will kill you, and you don't have a good tell when to dodge. You don't have a really good way to deal with them because they can stealth so easily. I think it's really annoying, you know. It's really annoying to deal with them. I mean, it depends on the build that you play, of course. I think if you play a warrior, you might not have that much of a problem. Yeah, example. That Lux is really good. Lux is currently, I think, rank 3. So yes, there is. You see it, how good the build is. Oh, there are some people. I think they are so. I think it's crazy because Thief didn't get buffed, you know, in the sense, but it still pops up its ugly head all the time, you know. Every time you think, okay, Thief is not good, then some different build comes up, you know. At first it was Deadeye, then it was some kind of bound dodge Thief, and X-Thief. It's crazy. So there is always something that is making the build, or Thief in general, viable. It's actually crazy. Yeah, I mean, Synthrona is really dangerous, of course. He's a really good player. So it makes sense. It doesn't really matter which Thief spec he plays. It's always really strong. But I was actually playing... I'm not sure if you saw it, but I did a commentary where I played support. And I actually played with Synthrona and Bell. So Bell is a really good Necromancer here. Rank 6 as well. So I played with Synthrona and Bell. And I was playing support Tempest. And I played actually quite well. And we still lost the match. That was insane. Because we had two people that were completely... They did not know what to do at all. You know, they were feeding all the time. I did not die, I think, once. And we still lost the match. And that was a match where I realized that ranked is really scuffed right now. You know, so if you have 3 people that are somewhat decent or really good, you know, then and you face a team that has some normal players and you can't win, then the matchmaking is really scuffed, you know. That's just crazy. This match actually I'm talking about is actually on my YouTube, so you can check it out if you're interested in how we lost it, how we could that. It's actually a close one, so it was not, you know, 500 to 0, but it was really annoying, you know. Yeah, I know Witz, yeah. It's also a really strong player. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is also if you play, I think Palentio you sometimes play in the morning. That is also problematic. I think the population that is low in PvP in general will be even lower when you play 2 off hours. Yeah, I think that's what you have to understand is a lot of people, especially in PvP, but in all game modes actually, think they play a meta build and then they have to win with it, you know. But Guild Wars is a really skill-based game. So even if you play an off-meta build like Core Ranger and you are just better at the game, you win against people that are worse at the game, even if they play a meta build, you know? That's just how Guild Wars 2 is, and that's really important to understand, because not a lot of people actually get that point, you know? Because the Core Ranger is definitely not a good build. You know, it's a... You can play it, it's not completely garbage, but it's definitely not a build I would recommend you to play. And you can still win against the Willbender, like you can see, you know? Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is also that, especially now when the season is almost ending, so the season is slowly ending, you will see a lot more people going for duo queue, going for really, you know, for really sweaty games, and that makes the game mode a little bit less exciting for me, because there is so much, you know, toxicity going on there, and I really don't like that. I know I play the game mode because I like it, because it's fun, but it's not, you know, exciting if everyone is really tryharding, and then you get some people that are just, you know, I just play for my daily, you know. That's totally fair for them, but at the same point, it's not cool for people that want to get more rating, you know. Yeah, I mean, I think actually, if you know Grimcheck, I think he made it a hobby now to stream at 4 a.m. his time. So he enjoys it, you know. He really likes people DMing them at late night, people that are playing really weird stuff, queue times of 5 to 10 minutes all the time. So that's what he enjoys. He's always streaming like that. So I guess you can make a hobby out of it. And he always has around 100 viewers, so people also enjoy watching this, you know. Nah, I'm joking a little bit, because he's also really, really good player. One of the best Guild Wars 2 players overall, I would say. So that's why people get it, you know. But I guess that's in every single PvP game is the same, that you have people that are just toxic or weird and DM you, you know. Let's see if we can get some attack off on Stonemist Castle. That would be really interesting. Yeah, I think that the really personal offenses are extremely often the case. Sometimes I even got people in the enemy team that wrote me that I am really bad at the game, I should deinstall. I really don't get it why people write the enemy, you know? Why would you write the enemy and offend the enemy when they are bad? Why? That doesn't make any sense, you know? But people are so weird, you know? And I think oftentimes, I would say that the team chat is horrible oftentimes, because there's so much weird stuff going on. I don't know. So it's crazy. Yeah, World vs. World is actually, I think, with the new system, I think I've found it a little bit more toxic as well. When I roam around and I kill people, oftentimes I actually got messages from people saying, oh, you're playing a broken build, you are shit at the game, you can't play anything that is skillful and stuff. It doesn't matter which kind of build I play, actually, in the end, you know. I can play a Signet Catalyst with Celestial Gear, I can play a Willbender, I can play anything, you know. I can play a Spear Mirage, it doesn't matter. Anything I play, people say it's broken. I think that's also really funny. I think that's one of the most funny things you can do if you enjoy that kind of course. is that you go into the heart of the mist, so the PvP lobby, and just listen to the conversations and try to bait people, because there are so many weirdos in this, in this area. It's crazy. I think it's the highest amount of people that are weird there. It's crazy. They write so weird stuff. It's insane, and they talk about all the time. It's actually insane. Yeah, I think that's totally, Matthias, that's a big problem, that if you are more skillful, then people often get some really weird comments to you, because they just think, okay, this guy has to be hacking, he can't be better than me, that's impossible. Yeah, I think a lot of people are just in PvP and write comments just because they want to get some attention. I don't know. It's really weird what people are talking about all the time. It's not. You shouldn't take it seriously. I think they just talk all the time like that. I'm not sure. Maybe they are drunken. Maybe they are high. I don't know. But the takes can't be serious, I had even some kind of matches where I got written that I was hacking, that I was teleport hacking, and I played a thief, I can teleport as a thief, that's just how it is, It's really interesting how people perceive the game, especially people that are, not that aware, I think that's also a really big misconception. A lot of people, especially PvPers, I would say, are always talking like, oh, PvP is dead, PvP is dead. We don't have anyone playing, I think that's not helping the game mode at all, If you have always people that say PvP is dead, there is the perception of people that play the game mode is actually, or don't play the game mode and want to get into it, is way worse than it should be, I think, and if they even say Guild Wars 2 is dead, I actually got those comments under my recent videos as well, that people say Guild Wars 2 is dead because of the updates and stuff. I think PvP might be in a bad spot, but a lot of Guild Wars 2 content is actually in a better spot than it has ever been. For example, raids will come out, on Tuesday. But other stuff as well, the open world, the world versus world community is probably more alive than it has been the last few years, So it's actually crazy what people are talking about. Where do they get their information? Or what do they even have a source for their arguments, or is it just some random point they came up with? Because they were seeking attention. I don't know. Because if you're a new player and listening to me here, Guild Wars 2 is not dead at all. It's really good. It's really good. They have a lot of updates planned, and you have a lot of ways to get into the game right now. Even now you have a big buff that you can get the next week to get more experience and stuff. It's crazy, Yeah, that's a good point actually, Womanmon. So that the perception is also that there's not a lot of content creators, and therefore the game has to be dead. But at the same time, that's just really sad, because actually Guild Wars 2 is really alive. I think you can go for meta events the whole day, 24/7. Even if you are 4 a.m., and you want to do an Amnitas meta event or something, there are people doing it, So, that's... I would say it's not dead at all. It's a really good game, even from the amount of people that are playing it, Yeah, you see, Murdaka21 brings it to the point. Even if you start playing, you see it seems to be alive, Even if you are coming from a really, hyped up game that just released, like Throne of Liberty, Guild Wars 2 is somewhat live, especially with the systems they have in place, that you don't have to select a server starting next Tuesday, because servers don't have any effect anymore in the game, There is no effect on the game whatsoever, with servers. And that's really good because there will always be people around you, because you will just get funneled into one single map. That's really good. Yeah, I think that's a big problem as well, that Steam reveals how many people are playing Guild Wars 2 right now. And that people think that's the only number, you know. But the thing is, if there are over 2,000 people playing Steam on Steam right now in Guild Wars 2, that doesn't mean that there are only 2,000 people playing. I think the problem is that, I don't know, less than 1 per mil, you know. So 0.1% of people are actually playing on Steam. I would imagine that it's really, really low, because a lot of the people just bought the game before it was on Steam, you know. Most people play the game before it was on Steam, you know, and that's a really important point. I think it's way higher than 90%. I think it's way higher. I think Teapot actually had it up and discussed it. I think people were playing Guild Wars 2 for around, I think 300 or something people were playing at the same time. Let me quickly play this 1v2. I'm not sure if I can win it, but let's try. Please stop hurting me. Okay, it's now a nice 2v2. Nice, we got it. So I think if you imagine that, let's say 100 to 200,000 players are playing Guild Wars 2 every single day, and you have currently 2,000 players on Steam, then you have around 1% of people play on Steam. So that's still a really small amount, you know. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking about, you know. But I'm really bad at singing, so I didn't sing it, you know. But baby, don't hurt me, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sure, latency, you get it totally right. If you compare it to WoW or Final Fantasy, the player numbers are really low in Guild Wars 2, but they are still way higher than you would expect for a quote-unquote dead, you know, game, you know. It's not dead at all, you know, in that sense. There are so many people playing and they're logging in every single day, you know. So please, if you ever hear someone say that, especially if you're a new player, don't believe them. It's not dead. It's not dead. Yeah, I think the graphics are actually, people are criticizing it and let's say saying it's good. I think you just have to like the graphics or don't. It doesn't matter. But the game is quite well aged, I would say. For a 12-year-old game, the graphics look quite good, I would say, you know. Yeah, I'm not totally into Throne of Liberty, I have to be honest, but I know that there are a lot of bots running around and stuff, and it's not a lot of people are totally happy with the direction of the game. But I think it's a good game. I think they have some big problems to fix, but I mean, which game doesn't have it, you know? I think that's different for everyone. I mean, there might be a lot of people that think Final Fantasy combat is boring, but then at the same time, I would say people might not enjoy Guild Wars 2 combat, you know? Just look at, I think Lazy Peon made a review about Guild Wars 2, and one of the criticism was that the combat is not good, you know? And I think that, or at least he told something about that. And I think that's crazy because I feel like Guild Wars 2 combat is for me really good. I think it's one of the best, if not the best, world MMO combat. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Palencio. I think the problem with the marketing did not start in the recent years. I think it started in beginning. You know, there was a really, really bad advertisement with some taxi driver or something. So it was really bad in the beginning as well, you know. And also the thing is, it would have been totally different if they would have continued, for example, with the ESL stuff, so with the esport stuff. I think the game would have looked totally different as well, but all of that stuff is just gone, long gone. There's no effect now anymore, so we have to live with it, and I hope they will improve it in the future. I think the trailers they released in the last few days, I think they're actually quite good. If they could hype it a little bit more, patches and the expansions, I think people might try to the game a little bit more often. I mean, WoW always tries to get new features into the game, so I wouldn't say they steal stuff all the time. They just get some inspiration and then try to implement it in their game. I think that's a totally fair point. That's how you make your game better, you know? I think it's sad that Guild Wars 2 came up with a lot of that stuff before WoW, and WoW did it, and WoW got more publicity out of it. That's just how it is, you know? But I think it's totally fair to do that, you know. Guild Wars should do the same. They should get stuff that is in WoW or Final Fantasy or whatever and implement it in their game. I think that's what they should do as well. That's just how you make better products, I would say. Yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 does a really good job making the world feel populated because the server system is so amazing, you know. Because there is a different map instance if there are too many people, but you might be on 2 or 3 different maps and all of them feel alive because all of the people get funneled into one single map. I think not a lot of MMOs can do that really well, and that's a big strength. Yeah, I think they could do something really cool if the marketing would. I'm not even sure if they have a really big marketing team, but I think the marketing is in the wrong direction. I was talking about that before, and I really hope that they will not only do more stuff in the sense that they market different game modes or different stuff, but they should also put more in blog posts out. Like I think the last week was really good. I think it was really funny. I talked it on my last stream, and then one day later they released a blog post about hyping up the patch. So I think they should do that more often, and they should also interact more with the community so that we have a little bit more people feel like the developers are thinking about the game and getting the feedback and stuff. I think that's really important for players as well, to see that for new players that the game is still improving, you know. If you're a new player and you play the game and you feel like, okay, the people talk a lot about the problems, but then you hear no one playing about how people are trying to improve it, how the developers try to improve it, I think that's an issue that you could feel as a new player, you know. Even though you don't feel it yourself, the issue, because you might not be there yet in the game, it still might feel like that you don't like how the game is supported, you know. Yeah, totally fair, you know. You should always try to get features that are not into your game and you think it's a good feature. You should just implement them. It's not stealing if you try to get better, you know. That's just how the market works, you know. If you want to get better at something, you have to improve by looking at others as well, you know. Not only coming up with your own creative ideas, but maybe stealing, so to say, the ideas of your competition. That's totally fair. Thanks for the follow, Modaka. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think that's also a really cool thing that I think just know from Final Fantasy, I think you can do some old content that is, locked behind item level. You can solo because your item level is so high nowadays that you don't need the other players. And Guild Wars 2 doesn't have that problem because Guild Wars 2 is horizontal in progression. So if you get exotic equipment, let's say in the first week after launch, it still has some value, It's still really good. And I think that's an amazing thing to have in the game. And if they would market on it a little bit more so that you can say, get your gear that you need, the highest level gear in Guild Wars 2, you can get in the first week, if you know what you're doing. Some of it at least, And that's actually insane. A new player gets into a game and gets the highest level gear in a 12-year-old game, by playing the game for 1 week. It's really cool. You can then play all the content because you're not locked behind some really weird gear and item level that you have to acquire first. I think that's really cool. And they don't market on that at all, Stuff like that, because new players are of course really important to get into the game so that the population is not only shrinking from people quitting the game, but it's also might even be growing, That's really important. Exactly, so exotics is the only thing that you need to complete most of the content in Guild Wars 2. There is no reason to go for Ascended gear. The only reason to do so is either if you want to go for fractals, or if you feel like you always want to have the best gear. That's totally fair as well, If you want to get the best gear and you want to do something, yes, that's totally fair. But there is no reason to clear any content, You can do it with exotics, There are videos out there, we talked about it before. People doing raid bosses in full green gear, That's totally fair as well. I mean, the whole party was full green gear. It's totally fair as well. Yeah, I think that's a really fair point, definitely, that people don't know what to do when they reach level 80 or get the highest level gear. I think there should be more incentive for more, let's say, clear incentive for people what they should do, What I think that's really important for especially new players, that they see what you can do in the end game, There should be some nice pop-ups. I think you get a pop-up for fractals, but I think that's it. They should get more pop-ups or more some slow progress that you can do raids now. You can unlock some nice skins. You can play PvP. You can go into World vs. World. There are so many options, but I think a new player might be a little bit lost, because they don't know what to do when they reach the highest gear level, because they are not accustomed to it, to just having to play for a little bit and getting the highest gear. Normally you get the next level of gear, you get the next gear, you get the next gear, and it's always the same, Yeah, I think that's also, I think they try to have some kind of that, like you suggesting, Woman One. So there are some Discord servers where people that are somewhat of community figures are on, and they also talk to ArenaNet developers, especially about balancing and stuff. For example, there is some competitive PvP Discord where people that are really good at the game can get some feedback to the developers. But it's always a little bit problematic because, for example, if you have a really good Guardian player, they don't want to get Willbender nerfed, so they won't tell them, you should nerf Willbender, And that's a big issue. So you always have to keep that in mind, that discussion with the community is always a little bit biased, because the community tries to get their interests, and not all of the community is for stuff that is, maybe not worth it for the whole community. That's the problem. But I would say in general, it's really important. You have to talk to the developers, and developers have to give you the opportunity to do so as a content creator. I think I agree that the adventurer guide stuff is actually quite good for new players, but I think it's also a little bit. I think it's good. Maybe they should increase the rewards a bit so that it's so that you get something that is valuable to you, you know, some kind of reward that helps you progress and makes you look into stuff. For example, it could give you some agony infusions or something, so that you think, maybe I go into fractals, you know, what is this? It's for fractals, maybe I check fractals out then, you know, something like that. I think that could be interesting. It also could help players to get into some long-term grinds. I think that's the most important stuff. If you get people interested in getting new cool skins, new legendaries or stuff, you should start that early, because people want to have a flashy skin. So give them a means to start the journey, you know. Why not? I hope that's not the reason why they did not nerf the Warrior Spear and the Willbender Spear, not, you know, I don't know. I hope that's not the reason, you know. Yeah, I think Guild Wars does a rather bad job at explaining what to do when you reach level 80. Because there are so many options and not a lot of people actually know what these options are. I think that's really important. And I think that's also a little bit of the community that is not helping. I mean, of course, Guild Wars should do a better job itself, so the game should be more open and tell people about it. But I think it's also that the community, streamers and YouTube should give a platform for showing content off, and people want to play this content when they start out the game. So if we have new players here in chat and they play World vs. World and they like what they see here, what I play, then they might want to go into World vs. World, you know. But if you don't have anyone streaming it, then it might be a problem, you know. So that we don't get anyone that is, I don't know, playing the stuff that is interesting. Yeah, so I think one thing that is a good point here is that going for legendaries and is always good if you have some map completion. So I think if you don't know what to do, oftentimes the map completion can help you. If you don't enjoy it, then of course do something else. But I would say that's a fair point. I did some map completions myself, so it's not too boring, especially if you know what you're doing. But regarding the new spear, so yesterday they released a new spear trailer, and that's really cool actually. I think it's really interesting. I would not have expected them to have different variants, especially as the variants seem to be just the skin itself. So it's not different flashy, at least not so far as I understood it, but it's more like how the spear, the shape of it is different. I think that's really interesting. I think that's really interesting that they just changed how the shape looks and you can choose between those 6 variants. I think that's really interesting. Will also be interesting if we know how to acquire it. So if you get all of the 6 unlocked at the time you get the first one, or do you have to go for some treasure hunt or some different stuff like with the Oreen variants? Would be really interesting to see. I hope it's a long-term grind, because I feel like if I can get it in the first day, it's not good. I want to have some content to do. I think it will be highly likely that we have to do the convergence or the raid, you know. Yeah, I think potentially they're really right. You are good track there. I think it's really likely that they will be used like the Jade Runestones, and we need a lot of them. I think 250 is probably at least 250. It might be 250 per skin, so it might be more. But I think it might also be the case that they will get another source. So maybe if you complete a raid encounter, if you complete the convergence, you might get 1 runestone. It's rather likely actually, I would say. And therefore, it might be that they are not that expensive after the patch, you know. It could be that they are going a little bit down in price as well, because there are more ways to drop them.
I chose you.
I actually see it similar to latency, that the spear, the animations are really cool because they are not that flashy, you know, like the Orion ones, but they are really new, you know, you have some really cool new effects, but the spear itself looks a little bit like a mixture between a dead tree branch and some kind of bone, and I think that's okay, but it's not especially crazy cool for a weapon, especially for a spear. It's more like it looks like it breaks when you use it. So I think the spear itself is not that amazing, but the effects are really cool. I think that's a good summary. Yeah. I think that's one aspect I really liked, that they showed us the trailer, but they could also give some more World vs. World hype trailers, you know. They will release some updates in the World vs. World. I agree the updates that they will release are a little bit small, but if they would do some trailers like that, maybe new players that really enjoy the Guild Wars 2 World vs. World, why not market it more, you know? That would help as well. You know, why not do a 2-minute trailer about World vs. World and show people how good World vs. World can be, you know? How big the fights are, how fun they can be. I think that would be really cool. Yeah, and I would say the number is changeable. It might be 100, might be 250, but I think in the end we need some of them. And I think the prices will fluctuate, not only because we need them, but because also we will get them from different sources. I'm pretty sure there will be different sources how to get them. I think it's definitely a good thing that they did a new spear or a new legendary, and it also uses new currency. I think that's really important so that people play the new maps. I'm really happy with that, and I hope that they will increase the play rate, so the replayability of the new maps. I think the hearts, the quest rewards were rather lackluster. They said you can repeat them a lot and you get something from it. I think you get almost nothing from them if you repeat them. So I hope they will increase what you can get from them and that it's a little bit more fun to do so. I also feel like some parts of the second map are a little bit boring. Maybe they increase the event density there. I hope so, at least, you know. Those kind of stuff I hope they will address with the next update, which will come on Tuesday, so we will see really soon. I will be streaming, of course, on Tuesday. I will probably do the new raid. That means that I won't have that much interaction with you guys because I have to concentrate on the new raid bosses. But I will stream it for sure. So for all the new players that can't engage with it or don't want to right now, you have the opportunity to see me progress through it. Hi Tmo, welcome. But I'm actually quite hyped about the update on Tuesday. I think not only the patch with the raid is interesting, but also I like the convergence. I think that will be interesting, how they fit it in with the new techniques they have, so that the weather will affect the story or the bosses and stuff. I think that's really interesting. Let's see how it turns out, if it's well implemented. And of course I'm always interested into new relics for new builds, you know, for not only PvP, but also World vs. World, roaming, surging, all that stuff. I think the new relics could be really promising. Let's see if they are boring or if they are fun. Yeah, let's see. I hope they are quite interactive. That's my only hope. They don't have to be broken. I just hope they are interactive, so it will help me as a player to you know, interact with the class and not be just a flat damage buff or something. That would be really boring. So we got the question here, what is the best duelist in PvP? I think depends on what you like. I think one of the best duelists right now is Dagger Catalyst in PvP. It's really strong. Has some weaknesses. I think if you play it well, Condition Herald actually can fill the duelist role. You could play some Druid build. There are some Druid builds out there that are performing rather well. And if you, let's say, if you increase the scope of the duelist role, I would say Bunker DH might also be really good for ranked. Because it fills the same role. It won't win the matchup, but it will win the point. So it fills the same role. Yeah, so I think that are the best ones. I would say if you're really looking for the overall best duelist, I would say it's probably Catalyst. So Dagger one. Because they changed the new trait with the spear, with the sphere. So you now get a lot of boons permanently. It's really good. And it's also really fun to play, I think. But let's see, maybe they have some balance adjustments in Tuesday's patch, so they will maybe nerf some stuff, bring some stuff back up. But I guess not, because they did not tell us that there will be a balance patch. I think the next balance patch will sadly be in January, and so we have to wait two more months for that. So, but that's just how it is. I think they will do one balance patch every update cycle, so every 3 months. And next week, don't forget, starting on Tuesday, we will get drops on Twitch. So be sure to log in with your Guild Wars 2 account on Twitch so you can get the drops, and I will stream a lot next week. So you can also just join my stream, you will get some nice rewards. I think there's some outfits in there, some skins that you can't get otherwise, and you just have to watch some streams, you know. I hope that pushes some players back into the game because they see how many viewers there can be on Twitch. Let's see. And of course we have to farm for the new legendary spear, so there will be some nice farming action or map exploration as well on my side. But I guess I will do some guides as well about the raid. So, different stuff from me. Yeah. But always, if you're a new player, whatever, experienced player, if you have any questions, please let me know. Also, if you have any recommendations, what you would really like to see as a YouTube video, I'm always happy for that as well. If you have any good ideas, maybe I will do a video about it. Just tell me, you know. If you don't tell me, I have no chance of coming up with the idea myself, you know, because I'm not that creative. I try to make videos about stuff that I feel like is important, but I can't see into the minds of new players, you know. Sometimes I see something and take it for granted, and new players will just say, I don't understand at all what is happening, you know. I'm also really excited to see that the new raid will have 3 bosses, which is really cool. So we have 3 bosses confirmed now, and the last one will have the legendary challenge mode. So all of them will have the challenge modes, and the last one will have the legendary challenge mode. So we have 3 difficulty settings. That means that the normal mode will probably be rather easy, which is really good. That's what it should be. Actually crazy, it doesn't matter where we are, there's always an enemy team fighting us, but we don't have any good defense. We will always get killed here. Maybe I should command at some point. But I feel like if you're commanding while you stream, it's not a good combination, because you have to concentrate more. And it's not particularly, you know, exciting for the stream, because I can't interact with you then when I'm, let's say, really concentrated. So Palencio and I, we discussed it in the YouTube comments of my newest video, and other people as well. So about how to make gold with swiping the credit card, and that it's a feature in Guild Wars 2 and stuff. And it was really interesting how people reacted to that, because some people said, yeah, that's fine and stuff, you know, I do it, and other people were actually really offended by it. You know, I did not expect people to be so offended by me just saying the obvious, that Guild Wars 2 wants to make money by selling gems. You know, it was crazy, you know. I think that's a good video idea. I made a video about it, about Willbender, so how to counter Willbender. I think how to counter Harbinger, Celestial Harbinger, I think that's totally fair. I think that would be a good video. Let's see if I can come up with some nice ideas, you know, or nice, you know, arguments how to counter it. But it's a good idea, yeah. Yeah, so you want to have a video about how to optimize your reward track gain, like I'm currently doing, so experience booster and that stuff, and also which ones you should go for and stuff. Yeah, that's an interesting video. I think that's something I could do. I mean, it's a little bit more new player focused. I think the old players should, the veterans should have more knowledge and should probably know how to do that. But I think it's a really well, I think it could really help new players. I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's what I mean, you know. I think it's really good designed that you can get gold in Guild Wars 2 just by playing the game, you know. And if you can't play the game that much and you still want an expensive legendary or skin, you can just swipe. I think that is a really good designed system, you know, because that helps us as the rather, you know, a lot playing people, because we don't have to pay stuff, and people that are playing the game still can get most of the skins for just swiping. I think that is a fair point, you know. But not a lot of, let's say, not all of the people on my YouTube comments actually saw it like that. And I was really surprised that people were really offended by me taking that opinion, you know. But I mean, yeah. I mean, if that's really true, Palencio, it would be amazing to watch. I'm really looking forward. I think it's in 1 week is the monthly AT, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, 1 week. It would be really fun to watch. Not to play, but to watch, you know, if they're really for BH. Let's see if it's true, you know. Might just be a joke, you know. But in any case, it will be fun, you know. Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking of applying for ArenaNet Partner, so I could stream the ATs, you know, because Teapot streams the monthly ATs, but that's it. And if I could get ArenaNet Partner, because currently I'm not, I could stream them ATs as well. That would be really fun. I think that would be a really cool thing to do. But I fear that my channel and my stuff is too small and they won't accept me. And because if they don't accept me now, there will be, I think, some time where we don't have the chance to apply again. So I was thinking of waiting a bit, but I'm not sure. My YouTube channel is actually rather active. Maybe that helps. I'm not sure. It would be really cool to get the ability to stream ATs. So I could stream some weekly ATs, maybe even the monthly. Well, I think that would be really cool. So I was previously doing, to come back to the point with the swiping, I was doing a calculation earlier in the stream. Not a lot of you would probably have seen it because it was directly at the beginning. But I was, in particular, this video was about how the richest people in Guild Wars 2 got rich, you know? So I think there are maybe 200 accounts or so in Guild Wars 2 that have an account value of 1 million or something, you know? I'm close to it, but I don't have it. So let's think about a really hardcore player would play the game for maybe 6 hours a day, reasonably. Maybe more, but let's say 6 hours a day might be reasonable over 12 years. It's actually insane if you really play that much, you know? If you play the game for 6 hours a day for 12 years, you get around 26k of hours, you know? 26k. And if you make 40 gold per hour, which is obviously, first of all, it's, in my opinion, rather hard to reach if you do 40 gold per hour, you know? And you have to keep that up for 6 hours, 365 days a year. So it's, in my opinion, totally not doable, you know? But let's do this calculation. I did it before, so I know the numbers, you know? And you would get around 1 million and around 50,000 account value by doing this. 40 gold per hour, and the hours that you would get by playing 6 hours a day for the last 12 years. You would get 1 million account value. So if you play really hardcore and only farm with the farming method, you get 1 million account value. Only then you reach that. And it's a totally crazy goal. I think not a lot of people would do that, and I think actually no one did it, you know? That's the most important part. So my argument is still that it's not doable to farm the game and get high account value. You have to do the methods that I mentioned in my video, you know, where you can get really rich. And therefore the argument that it's totally bullshit and a lot of the rich people just farm the game for a long time, that I saw some people mention in the comment section, it's just bullshit. It's not like that. No one will farm the game and get those amount of gold. It's not possible, you know. So what, Matthias, you played 43 hours straight. So you mean almost 2 days? That's actually crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to argue with some people, you know. It's just sad, you know. Yeah, I think that's an argument that a lot of people bring, that it's boring to buy prestige items like legendaries because then they are not prestigious anymore. I think that's a fair point. That's a totally fair point to make. But in the end, I would say it does not affect me, you know, not that much. So I think it's fine if people do that, if they want it. I did never buy a legendary by just swiping. I think that's boring. I like to play the game, and when I have enough gold, I buy a legendary or craft it myself, you know. That's how I play the game. But other people might be different, and I think that's a totally fair assessment. And I don't get why people in the YouTube comments are always so, well, not always, but often so really, really, you know, the only opinion that counts is mine, you know. I think that's a bad thing. I hope I'm more open to others' opinions, so yeah. I don't know. I don't know, it doesn't look like there's happening much. We just stand here around Stonemist Castle and do nothing. Yeah, I think it's definitely Guild Wars 2 has, I would say, you don't win by paying in Guild Wars 2. I think you don't get more better items or better equipment, you know, because that's not how it works. But you get so much more convenience by just getting gems and stuff than a player would normally farm for hours. That it's to some extent a little bit pay to win, you know, because you, for example, if you want to have full inventory slots and stuff, it's way better to just buy gems, you know, just that's how it is. And I think that's how the game is designed, you know. You have to spend or you have to grind a lot, one of those options. And I think that's fair, you know. And if people don't like that, you know, I mean, that's just how it is, you know. And they should not play the game then. Yeah, I think that's always a problem when you are talking about opinions and discussion in the internet. It's always a problem that people are just too restrictive in their mindset, you know. I try to be open, but always if you have a different opinion, please let me know. I'm always happy to hear different opinions and discuss it. Maybe even I change my opinion, you know. I'm not too rigid. I like to think about stuff, and if you have a good argument why it's not true or it's not working, I change it. And that's why I always try to make my tier lists on stream, because then I, for example, can get different takes on different classes and stuff, and I would change stuff if I get the opinion that is totally valid, you know, if you get some nice arguments going. I think that's really important, especially as a content creator. But I would say, so Heavenfire, I think that's a totally fair point, that you can actually get Ascended Gear day 1 if you swipe. That's totally fair. But I would say if you know what you're doing, you would probably get it in a few days as well, you know, just by playing the game, you know. And at the same time, it's also not affecting me because I'm a veteran player, I have it anyway. So if a new player gets faster to my play, to know my level of equipment, I don't care. I think that's actually good, because I like to have more people at my skill level so we can play more stuff together. I think that's cool, you know. I think that's not a bad thing, but there might be people that don't like it, because I heard a lot of people that say, "Oh, I was really happy when the legendary armor was only in PvE and raids, because I was the only one that has it, and now it's available in open world as well and stuff, and it's just so bad nowadays, you know." I feel like I don't care, you know, and why can't other people get stuff that I have? It's you know, it's good. Why not? I don't know. Might just be my opinion, you know. Yeah, I think it's really cool, actually. I think it's also quite important. If you have so many game modes as Guild Wars 2, you should give players the ability to just play one game mode and get still all the stuff that you want, you know? Because it's really boring if you have to do stuff that is not that is restrictive, and you have to play a game mode that you normally wouldn't play. I think raid is still the fastest, especially with new bosses and stuff. Yes, I totally think so. So let's play some fractals. I think you are right, Matthias, that a lot of players in World vs. World would agree. Char are the best race for Fractals, not Fractals, World vs. World, especially T-Bot and stuff, those guys. Thanks for the follow, thanks a lot. But I think it's just play whatever you like, you know. I mean, I think there are always people that like special races more than others, but I have every single one of them and I play them whenever I feel like, and that's totally fair. I don't like any in particular more than others, so that's... I don't have any takes on that, sorry. I'm not that much of a role player in that sense. So let's play some Fractals. Hopefully this group is good. I think this is one of the boring Fractals, especially if the group is bad. It may take ages and it's really boring. I think the new Fractals are not that good. I really hope that I think in February, I think they will release the new Fractal. I really hope it's a good one. I think it's cool that Guild Wars 2 has 5 different races. I think most of them are really distinct. They are really special. I think the only one that is a little bit boring is Norn. They are just big humans in Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1 they're way cooler, I think. But that's just how it is, you know. I think they will never do a new race. I think that is a hot take for some people, but I think it's highly unlikely they will ever do a new race. Just because it doesn't provide a lot of value in the sense that people would play for hours with different new content and stuff. And at the same time, it is a lot of development effort, you know. I think they could make it, but I think they won't. I think it's just simply they won't do it because it's too hard for them, too much effort to set up the whole wardrobe system, you know, that you have more weapon skins, especially the armor skins are really hard to fit to new classes. I hope they, if they do it, I hope it's worth it. But at the same time, I think it might not be worth it just because a lot of people are just playing their old characters anyway, you know. I think if they could do it, I think it might be a good feature. Don't get me wrong. But in my opinion, it might be more beneficial to add more content. I think Guild Wars 2 is not in a place like WoW where you have hundreds of developers that are doing the stuff that the community wants them to do. I think Guild Wars 2 has just less developers, and that's they have to restrict the development time to some extent. That's just how it is, you know. And I think a new race might be one of the least good features they could add for getting more people into the game or getting more content out, you know? At least in my opinion. I mean, that's Heavenfire. Glad to hear it. I'm always happy if people enjoy a game mode so much when they try it out the first time, or at least didn't play it that much before. I think that's really cool. Really glad to hear that. And I think it's also really good time to play it because of the buffs. You know, there are so many buffs right now. You get the reward track almost double the time, half the time. So that's actually crazy. So PvP and World vs. World are highly rewarding right now because of the 2 buffs event that is ongoing. I think they should do that more often, just because for exactly that reason. That you have people that might not play the game mode and might stick to it after the buff event is gone. I think that's really cool. I think that's a really cool feature. I really hope they will build up on that those rush events where you get new game modes, where you get the new people into game modes that exist before. I think that's amazing. I think they should do that more often. And you saw that with one of the prime examples is the, how is it called, return to achievements, you know, the return to the living world stuff and return to Path of Fire and stuff. It was crazy, you know, because of the legendary that was attached to it at the end. A lot of people did it, you know, even though it was no new content at all, you know. I think that is crazy. If they can manage that, you know, why shouldn't they do it in the future as well? That was really good. I think that was one of the best things they did in that time period. There was no new content coming out because they were developing Soto or whatever, or a different game actually, I don't know. But the return to achievements actually made the game still feel alive because people were playing all the old maps and old content. It was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really cool then. I think if you really wouldn't touch PvP or World vs. World without the events, I think that it's really cool that the events brought you to it and you find a reason to play it after that because it's fun, you know? I think that's perfect. That's how it should be. And if you have that, why not others, you know? That is really cool. And I think that's really good as well for new players because they might have an incentive to play the game mode. It was maybe too hard for them at first, or they thought, not a lot of people play it or whatever, you know. It's really cool if you can, you know, find a reason for people to play it. I think that's really cool. I actually was really surprised, you know, I did the, I have actually 2 legendary amulets because I did the normal amulet and the free one I did as well. Both of them, just because I really enjoyed it to make a free one because it was so rewarding to do so, you know. I think that's really good design. I hope they will bring something like that in the future as well. Please some heal. Yeah, I think that's really good, you know, that people that are a little bit lacking confidence in their skill because they are new or they don't know how to play the game mode can check it out because there are so many people playing and you get rewarded for it. And then you see, it's not that hard. You might even be better than you expected to be. I think that's really cool. And that's why I also like, for example, Fractal Rush or that kind of stuff, because a lot of people engage in activities that are normally done by a small percentage of people. Maybe Fractals a little bit more than PvP and stuff. But in any case, it is a really rewarding stuff to do, you know. And it feels way more alive if a lot of people do it. Yeah, it's crazy how good it was at the time, you know. 2k normally for something like a legendary, and you got it in just a little bit of few hours every week. It was really good. It was a really smart decision. Of course, they can't do that every time because there are just so many legendaries to go for, and they also want to have some long-term grind for other legendaries and stuff. But it was a really good idea. I hope they will come up with something similar for the next patches. I'm not sure. It depends. So Vision and Aurora both can be faster if you already have achievement unlocks, you know, and stuff grinded beforehand. If you don't have that, it might take the same amount of time than before. I think 2 months is reasonable. I think you can go faster. I think the minimum amount of time if you don't have anything is I think 25 days or something. If you really grind it a lot. But I would say if you have some stuff unlocked before, it can go faster. At least in my opinion. It has been a long time, so I can't give you the amount of days for sure, because I did it once and that was it, you know. But both of them actually have quite a bit. You can get a lot of unlocks by using reward tracks from PvP and World vs. World. So if you play those game modes, you can be smart about it and get some nice rewards from them as well. Just so that you know. But I think it's okay that they take this long, just because if you have them, you can use them in all your characters, and that's such a big feature, you know. No other legendaries except the trinkets are that good, you know, and therefore it's a really, really good effort to put in, you know. So you get a big amount of value by just playing the game mode that you might not enjoy that much, open world stuff or achievement unlocking. But you do it once and then you have a really, really good item that you can use on all your characters forevermore. I think that's really good. Yes, I think you need a lot of those really weird ores. I can show you in a bit. But you probably get a lot of them if you... I mean, you could get a lot of them beforehand. And nowadays you can also use a lot of... stuff to convert them, so you can convert Unbound Magic. I think you can convert even the blue shards from the strike missions. I think you can convert them, and Eternal Ice, you can convert them in those shards, in those ore. So I think that's a point that you have to take into account, that nowadays there are more methods to acquire it, so it would be a little bit faster, I think. And it was before, at least, you know. Yeah, exactly. You can do it on multiple characters. It's I think just for one character, and therefore you can grind it really fast if you feel like you need to do so. There is no time gate in that sense. Yeah, perfect. I mean, the trinkets are really important. I would say if you are a player and you enjoy going for legendaries, I would say I would go for those first, just because they are so profitable. So let's check how the ore is called. This one. Kralkatite ore. Okay, this one, yeah. I have half character of this, but of course you can't sell it, so I can't give it to you, so... Too bad. But I think you can farm it really easily. Yeah, I think if you are a person like me and you enjoy doing just some daily routine stuff, and then you do it for a month or something and you have it, then you won't have an issue with Aurora or Vision, because there are just a little bit of content that you have to do every day, and you will get it eventually. But if you are a player that plays a lot on one day and wants to get it instantly, then you will struggle, because it's just not how it is, you know. It's just not how it works, sadly. But I think that's totally fair. I think time gates are in every MMO, and it's debatable if it's good. But I would say it makes sense to bind your player base to content that you release for longer, you know. That's just how you normally develop games. You want to bind your player base. Yeah, I think if you play every single day of the week, you have a totally different kind of view on the game and on time gates than if you just play on the weekends. I think that is Just you have to view it differently. And I think a lot of people in one camp might not see the different opinion on the other camp. And I think that's really important, especially for me as a content creator, to say, okay, if I make content and a video about it, I always should tell people what is my perspective. So am I a person that has a lot of time investment every single day, or am I not grinding at all for the whole week? So I think that's really important to make this distinction. And I always try to get different opinions, from people that might not have the same play style as me, because I think that's really important to give constructive feedback and criticism, But I have to admit, I'm not the biggest fan of those daily hearts they added with the newest expansion, because they also were some kind of late, long-term grind. But in my opinion, it was really not satisfying to get them, just because the rewards were just really bad, And I hope they will improve that in the future, so that there are more rewards, or at least some unique rewards maybe that you don't get otherwise, so that you have some incentive to go for them, But maybe not, let's see. I mean, it's ArenaNet after all, you never know what they are doing. Yes, so Ascended Armor and Ascended Rings, for that matter, Ascended Weapons, all of those can actually drop randomly from any PvP and World vs. World rewards chests. So they can drop with all of them, and they can also drop actually from the level up rewards on World vs. World. So there is a really rare chance that you get an Ascended Ring and even Ascended Armor, I think, from leveling your rank in World vs. World. I got it, I think, maybe 3 times or so already. So that's a possibility as well. And I think that's really cool. It's most of the time you will have it anyway, but maybe for a different character, why not, I mean, it's not that lucky. I think it's just a rare drop, but if you play the game out a bit, and especially when there's this boost event going on, you get so much experience and reward track gain that it's actually not that unlikely that you will get it, sometime. Of course, the best way to get Ascended stuff is from playing Fractals, but yeah. Let's drop a food. Yes, that's a good point as well. So if you do the story achievement and stuff, you can get good jewelry, at least some of it. You don't get the highest, the most optimal ones most of the time, but you get good ones at least. It's a weird drop for this thing. Yeah, exactly. So you get, actually, if you play a lot of competitive modes, you actually get a lot of Ascended stuff just by playing the game mode. I think that's cool. I think it's not the most reliable option. I think if I would do a new player guide how to get Ascended gear, which I will do in the future, I would not include that as a top priority, because you can't really reliably get stuff that you really enjoy. For example, if you would like to play Berserker gear, you can't say, oh, I will get it in a month of playing PvP, but it's an option, you know. Especially if you have multiple characters, it might be the best option to get more gear just by playing the game passively. Yeah, I think that's a good design that you have some achievement and stuff that also give that. I think that's a really good design. So I think Tempest, we can take a look at it later, but I think the DPS Tempest is it with water? I don't think it's with water. It's with air and arcane, I think, the top damage inbuilt. But in water there are actually some damage modifiers as well, so don't underestimate it. So water has some damage modifiers, even though it's yeah, it has some damage modifiers as well. So you get a lot of damage by playing water. So it's, even though it's a support trade line, it might help you deal more damage. It's just how it is designed. I think water is a really strong trade line in Tempest, together with Tempest, because you have support elements in there and damage elements. It's a really good trade line. I think Elementalist is one of those classes which has a lot of good trade lines, which is perfect in my opinion for design, and balancing issues. But at the same time, it's also why it is currently, for example, Weaver is so bad, because Weaver is the only trade line that is quite bad in competitive modes. And therefore, you can't play Weaver because you can't fix your bad, trade line, elite specialization trade line. And therefore, I would say they have to buff Weaver trade line. It's just how the game mode plays. That Weaver doesn't give any stability, Catalyst can't give it, and therefore Weaver is just bad. Yeah, I think the Elementalist has really cool traits. I think it's one of the best designed classes together with Mesmer from the trade lines. I think those two classes have, all trade lines are worth it to take for some builds. I think not a lot of classes actually have that. There's always one or two dead trade lines, at least for most content. And I think Elementalist actually has really good overall trade lines. Let's go some CC here. Yeah, Mesmer in PvE, especially Chronomancer and Virtuoso, this combination is insane actually. You can do any. I don't have to swap any to any different class. It's actually crazy. It's really good. I really enjoy it at the moment. So you can play Condi Virtuoso, you can play Power Virtuoso. Both of them are really good because they also have ranged options. And then you have, of course, Chronomancer, which obviously is the GOAT, in PvE at least. It's insane what you can bring as you can play a really crazy DPS wound support, or you can play Alacrity or Quickness heal, which are both extremely strong as well because you have so much boon application for your party. It's really good. I think Ad Infinitum is a little bit time gated. I'm not sure, but I think it depends what if you did, for example, recommended fractals all the time, then it might be not time gated for you because I think that's the only time gate that you have, recommended fractals. But if you did not, I think there might be a small time gate. Yeah, I think most legendaries are time gated, but I think if you have, for example, did the recommendeds, which are the time gate, I think, of the Ad Infinitum, the fractal backpack, and it might not be the case actually. But I'm not sure. I have to be honest, I'm not sure. Exactly, so I think some of the currency that you get is just by playing normal, and the time gate would be if you don't play normally Rex, you have to do Rex then. So that's, I think, the normal thing. Really, you got a wall of charged mist essence? Crazy. I think I never got that. Crazy. I mean, better than every other reward that you could get, probably, you know. Yeah, sometimes, especially for the really high big ticket items, it might be more beneficial to insta-sell them, just because for two reasons. So the first reason is, of course, that you get the money, and sometimes they just don't sell at all, because you won't have people that are interested in buying it at all, other than the people that are just, you know, already listing. And the second reason, and it's I think the more important reason, is that you could get undercut. And if you get undercut, which means someone else sells it for a little bit lower price, lists it, then you just pay the 5% transaction fee without getting any value from it. So you have to pay it twice. And that's really bad. Sorry, I have to concentrate here a bit because apparently this group is a little bit lacking on the damage side. So we can't phase skip all of it. I think you get the Mistforged armor skins. I actually think you can get them from World vs. World and PvP. So that's why you can get them from either one of them. And then you can unlock them without getting into the other game mode at all. At least that's what I remember. I think the Generation 3 legendaries are one of the best designed legendaries by design, you know. So you have the option to just make the legendary because it's a legendary, and then you can go for the big skins after that. So if you want to have a fiery skin, you can get the fiery skin. I think that's really cool. And it's also a really smart choice that you can also revive old content with it, that you can not only get people interested in playing it, but also it's a good sync for materials as well. It's really good. I think it's really good design. I will quickly go to the toilet and then I will be back in a minute.
people? They look angry. Be careful.
Sharp mind.
So I'm back. Sorry.
Time to do some real damage.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision actually to make different legendaries from different game modes just to enjoy the game more, you know. I think if you just play one game mode, you might burn out, and I think it's a really good decision to go for different game modes, because then the possibility or the probability to burn out is way lower. At least in my opinion, you know. Because I do that, I play every game mode, and I really enjoy it. But I was talking about the Generation 3 legendaries. I think they missed out a bit on the scope. They could have gone for even more. I think they could have gone for a Void variant. I would really like it. I think I talk about it every time on stream because that was the most thing I was looking forward to, you know, Void variant where you could have a black skin of some kind, you know, really dark one. And maybe even some really prestigious way of getting it so that you have to get all of the other ones, you know. That would have been really cool. And they should have included a spear. I think that they didn't include a spear was a sad part. I mean, at that time they didn't even, maybe they did not know that they will release a spear, or maybe they did not want to give it away. But either way, I think it's a little bit sad that they did not talk about it, but did it. So drops start on Tuesday next week, so when the patch releases exactly at that time. Of course I will be there on stream, so you can get the drops from my stream. So Tuesday, it's around, I think it's 6 PM Central European. But let's see, the drops will be there for a whole week or so. So you 12 hours of watching a stream, you can just run it in the background. It's quite easy actually. And the rewards actually are quite nice, at least if you like to collect skins. I think they don't want to make the rewards too broken and too, you know, how is it called, too flexible, because then people could get the stuff that they really wanted for years, and that's not what you want to have with drops, because then people, first of all, have the fear of missing out. So if they can't watch that much, they feel like they are betrayed. You know, they don't get what they could have gotten otherwise. That's a bad thing. And you don't want people to stop spending on the gem store. So if you put in a, let's say, selection chest of outfits or something, people might select the ones that they really want, which is reasonable. But at the same time, they lose that potential buyer. You know, they will not buy any gems to buy the outfit. And that's a problem. So they want to give you an outfit or something that is worth for you to do the drops, to listen and watch Twitch. But at the same time, they don't want people to lose their interest in buying other stuff on the gem store. So that's why I think a selection chest would be too strong. Yeah, I think that's also the problem is if they would do drops every single month or something. I think it would be a problem in the sense that it would be too much and people would not maybe would not be able to say it's worth it to go for the drops. You see, the drops are not that worth it, but if you make it less often in the year, people still go for it. But if you do bad drops, like could imagine right now a little bit, then people won't turn in at all anymore. So that's really important why. I forgot to swap. That's my argument, but I agree they should do more drops more often, and they should also do more better drops. At least in my opinion. I think drops is a really good way to increase the viewer base on Twitch, because I feel like the viewer base on Guild Wars 2 Twitch is extremely low. There are so few people watching Guild Wars 2. It's actually insane. Because there are more people playing Guild Wars 2, and it might, I'm not sure if it's the community or if it's the content creator side. So if there would be more content creator, if there would be more viewers as well, or if it's really just people are not watching Twitch on Guild Wars 2 that are playing Guild Wars 2. I'm not sure which is the reason for that. Yeah, I totally agree. I think if you really just think for the average person, I think the rewards are not that crazy. I think it's fine, you know, it's not crazy bad, but I take it, I guess. But it could be way better. I think there was one time they did a how's it called? A back slot. I think that was really good. I really enjoyed it because that was something that a lot of people could use, but most of the time it was actually not that crazy and lucrative to do. Yeah, I mean that was the whole reason why I started my YouTube channel first and then started streaming, because I wanted to get a little bit more people to watch my stream, because if I start just streaming Guild Wars 2, no one would watch me, you know. I would have one viewer or something, and I could have talked to myself the whole day, you know. And if I start YouTube a little bit more before, I get some people that watch my YouTube content and might also check out my Twitch streams later. That was the reason. But if it would have worked better or otherwise, I don't know. It's just the way I was thinking. Yeah, I think the problem is with PvP and World vs. World is that the community is so small that people can easily stream snipe you for the bad or for worse, you know. And that's a problem. That's a big problem, because if then you are not incentivized to stream at all, you know, because you might get negative impact on your gameplay, and that's bad, you know. You should always want to stream because you want to connect to the community and stuff, And if you get worse gameplay by streaming, then it's really bad. And I think that's the issue. A lot of the time it's for PvP, is because it's really easy to stream snipe someone. Just queue up at the same time when someone is queuing, and you are almost 100% of the time you're in the match. Yeah, I think it might. I think for me, at least at the moment, it's a little bit beneficial as well, just because I actually can play Guild Wars 2 and talk to you guys, and I don't have that much competition, you know, and that's really good. That's why my viewer numbers are okay, you know, they are not crazy good. I think they can go higher, and I also aim to do so. But I'm really happy with how my YouTube and my Twitch channel grows over the time. So thanks a lot for your support as well, you know. Yeah. But I also think it's really important. Guild Wars 2 is an amazing game, and I think it's really important to have people that are experienced in it to play it and to talk to people that might have questions, you know, and just explain and show them the content. I think that is really important, and therefore I really try to do that as often as I can, especially when I do cool content, you know, that is cool to watch and interesting for all types of players. Yeah, I streamed, I think, I started streaming really frequently 1 month ago. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's quite good. I'm really happy with my progress. I'm just saying I don't want to stop here. You know, that was my argument here. I wanted to get even better. That was the whole argument. But I'm really happy with the progress. Pull him a little bit more. Yeah, probably half of the chat is German. That might be true. But if you want to know a little bit funny statistics about my YouTube channel, so if I can see some of the YouTube channel's viewers, where they come from, or most of them actually, and half of them, almost half of them are Germans, and the other half are US. So it's actually quite evenly split. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I think I was thinking about it, about doing German streams or German content, but at the same time, again, just before I tell you that I don't want to give any feedback on or say that I don't want other people. I talk to every single people. It doesn't matter where you are from. I'm happy to have you here. So that's the argument I was making. So the point was that I was actually considering doing German streams, but I was thinking it would be a waste for my if I do guide content, if I do stuff like that. I think it's way better to help all the people, you know, even the not German speaking ones, because it's just sad if you have a content creator that does a lot of effort, high effort content, you know, and then we have only a fraction of the player base that gets to use that information. I think that's just sad, and therefore I try to deliver content to all of you. I think that's the best thing I can do. Yeah, so Yeah, I was actually thinking about it, but like I said, I'm a little bit undecided. But you know, there are a lot of cool guys that don't speak German. I would be really sad to not be able to talk to them because I talk to my stream in German only. So, and I think most of the German speakers can at least understand my English as well. So it's not that you know, bad. So we get a lot of people anyway. Yeah, exactly. So you just get into a small niche when you talk German, and then you might not be able to grow that much because your audience might not be able to, you know, there is not that much audience. At least for Guild Wars 2, there is a lot of content and stuff in German, or not that much content, but a lot of people actually are German. But in other games it might be different. And so I think English is just a superior choice for the most part. I mean, it's a totally fair point. You should play the game in whatever, you know, language you like. But I feel like if you are looking for really well done guide content, most of the time it's just in English. You know, people that make the effort to make good content always try to go for the biggest audience that you can get. At least that's my experience, and I totally agree with that statement.
Focus. Concentration.
I don't understand. These instability readings are
I mean, maybe I'm just feeling like a Finnish dude, you know. Nah, I'm not sure.
instability emanating from your location is threatening the cohesion of the other fractals.
Nah, I think the nationality should not matter for your content. I think it's really important to make content for everyone. And therefore, I try to go for English. That's just my idea. Yeah.
I'm analyzing your fighting skills and compensating with the golems. Timeless old golem upgrades are essential. Maybe some shielding.
I think it's actually crazy because I have to admit I'm playing Guild Wars 2 almost since the release of the game, or since when I started playing it in English. I never played it in German, so I can't contribute actually and tell you about the voice acting. I don't even know. But I'm also not that much of a story person, so I can't tell you how the voice actors sound because I just play the story once and that's it most of the time. I'm more of a gameplay focused player. You know, I like to play PvP, I like to have some action going on, and don't want to listen to story. My take is, if I want to listen to story, then I would go and watch a TV show or a movie or something, you know. That's my take, you know. I know there are a lot of people that enjoy the story, and that's totally fair to me. But that's just why I am not interested in it. No, I think the decision is made now. I think I will stick to English for sure. I think there's no reason to swap now. The decision would have been done when I started, you know. That's where I should have swapped or not, whatever, you know. That's the point where you have to decide which language you stream. It's crazy. I mean, oftentimes the voice acting in movies at least is way better because the voiceover are really professional. Really, just the voice is important. But I did not know that it was in PC games the same actually. Yeah, might be the case. I mean, makes sense that in Germany a lot of people value good VAs, because it makes sense, you know, because all of our movies that come from outside have to be translated. I think if you have a lot of movies are actually made in the English language, and therefore it's not important to have good voice actors. I mean, that makes sense, at least to me. You know, I don't know if that's really the case. Yeah, I actually saw that kind of video, and I think it's actually crazy, especially when you have some military action going on in a PC game or a video, and they swap to German. It often reminds, especially people that are not German by their mother tongue, that it's really aggressive sounding, and it might have some flashbacks to past, you know, just saying. So I think that can be a problem, yeah, for sure. But oftentimes I have to admit, when I play Guild Wars 2, I either stream nowadays, or I am just going for some content that I enjoy, and oftentimes I'm just playing some music in the background, so I don't even have the Guild Wars voice actors that loud, so I can't really hear them that well, because I listen to them so often, you know. Fractal voice acting, for example. How often did we hear the voice in the of how's she called, the Asura woman? So I can't really tell you that much, actually. I'm mostly listening to music and stuff in the background. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the yelling is just really exciting. I think a lot of people think Germans are yelling all the time. And I think to some extent it's true. If you would imagine a typical German, it's probably complaining about something, probably about Deutsche Bahn or something, and yelling around. I think that's a typical German move. Yeah. So last fractal of the day, very nice. Also rather quick one. I think there are actually different, I think actually not only Chinese people speak really fast, I think Indian people can really speak really fast, typically, and I think what is also really fun, French people oftentimes speak really fast. That's also, I think, one of the best things that is happening is in Guild Wars 2 is when the Frenchies win the monthly AT and we have the interview afterwards. It's so fun. It's always one of the highlights of the month, because there are so many people in chat that don't understand anything anymore, even though they are speaking English. It's so fun. I always laugh. I think that's true. I think it's actually true. I think Arabs might sound more aggressive than Germans. The longest German word. Oh, that's a tough one, because I think the longest German word, I'm not sure if you can, if there's just one, you know, because in Germany you can just, if you have two nouns, you can just put them together, and most Germans actually understand what you mean by that, you know. So that's really interesting. So you can then have two words that put two nouns together already. So you have four nouns put together, and it's a totally fine word as well, you know. That's really interesting in German. In English, you can't do that for the most part. And therefore, I'm not sure what's the longest word. I mean, chat, do you know? Really, that's the longest word. I mean, how do you know? Interesting. I mean, I would say most of them are not used in normal speech anyway, so... Google knows, yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah. That's a really long word. And I have never used it in my life, so... it's yeah. Yeah, I mean, but with a hyphen in there, I think that's a little bit unfair, you know. Yeah, I think this is it, the law, the big law, the long law. That's the one. I mean, it's crazy what the Germans come up with for words. Especially laws are always really weirdly named. Exactly. I mean, it's just, you know, we are really organized people. That's just how our law works, and therefore everything is really slow because we have to write a lot of papers about everything. And the names of the papers are really long. That's the reason. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of stuff in German that is way too convoluted. I mean, Roaming Spirit mentions it. It's the articles. So in German, you have 3 different types of articles, and they are not that straightforward, you know. So one of them is feminine, one of them is masculine, and the last one is neutral. And so that means that you have 3 different types of how you could tell a person or a item or something. And that's really bad for people because there is no rule to it. You just have to know it for every single noun. It's horrible to learn. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the modern German is even harder, especially when it comes to different genders and stuff. And also, you don't have to forget that a lot of Germans nowadays, especially the young ones, speak some part of English as well. So it's really hard to understand. So it's a bad place if you want to learn German. So stick to English. Everyone will understand you, and that's fine. I wouldn't want to learn German at all. Yeah. It's crazy what Germany always brings on the table with words and new rules and stuff. Yeah. About time. Okay, so you mean your past tense and stuff, or do you mean the clock? Because both of those can be a little bit weird. So I have the clock. Okay, so what is weird about the clock? Let me think about it. I mean, it depends. Some Germans, the clock is also, some Germans speak totally different about the clock. Sometimes even if you're from the north, you might have a totally different, you know, time telling than other people. Yeah, I think that the problem is that it's in most languages actually weird. At least the ones that I learned, it's weird. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that's true. Actually, we speak with the military saying, so it's not 6 p.m. or a.m. It's like we have 24 hours. That's true. That's a little bit different. Yeah, that's weird. That's true. But you see, we have even German speakers in chat, and they don't even can do it correctly. I think that's totally fine. I think a lot of German stuff is just weird, you know, quarter past something or quarter before something. That's just really weird to say in German. So it's just a weird thing in general, you know. I don't know. So I think that's it for my stream today. I hope you enjoyed it. Sorry to cut the discussion short, but I already had a lot of stuff going. So thanks for tuning in today. Hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to check out my YouTube. We have a giveaway for 1000 gold going, so be sure to check it out. You have one more day to enter. I will draw the winner tomorrow. Yeah, thanks. Also enjoyed it. So have a good day and tune in next week. We will have a big stream marathon going with the drops and stuff. So a lot of content and hopefully a lot of entertainment for you. Have a nice day. Hope to see you soon. Sure, be sure to follow, subscribe, you know the drill. I'm always happy to get more people tuning in. And I hope you enjoyed it. See you next time. Yeah, have a nice day and down under as well. Yeah.